Hey everyone, let me just get some coffee and then we'll start. You probably turn my mic on, huh? Hey, what's up everybody? Hey, thank you so much, Tin Can. Oh man. What's the Vanguard? So, this is a class that is going to be a hyper tank. Alright? Hey, what's up? Oh yeah. What's up, Eric? Vanguard's a cool, but you prefer a hatchback guard? So, what the Vanguard's gonna be, and I'm still waking up. It's been I still need to, I'm kind of getting dressed because I need to, probably around, what time? Yeah, maybe around 8 or so, get up and get ready to go. But, I stayed up late last night because I had a breakthrough. Oh wait, that music is probably booming loud. Alright, there we go. And yes, I'm going a little bit nutty. Kind of first of the month, getting payments out to everybody. Getting, oh my god, why only guard vans? Getting payments out to everybody, bills, whatever. I've got art commissions and stuff going out. I've got people I've got to invoice and all this other stuff. But boy, I always love the first of the month because like it means there's cool art I get to commission. That means that there are no, it will. I'm hoping it's nothing like the Warden. Not any kind of dig on Mage Hand Press or anything like that. It's just that the Warden that they made over there. I would rather lean into this idea of this being a pure martialist, and yeah. What was it? You just realize I just released the Octopus. Yep, it's been out. It's very close to going silver in like 3 days. So yeah, I am very, very stoked for that. I just realized you guys can't see what's over on my other screen. But that's okay. We're still working on that. So Vanguard. This is going to be a hyper tank, and I'm trying to figure out how you can just make shield the class. Wait, what? Did you do it? Did you come over to the Discord? Because, yeah, it was, if people were active in the Discord, I was giving them, credits in the feedback and everything. Whenever I go and work on custom classes in 5, yeah, I wish I could have some variable experience like in pre-WotC day. My idea for what's going on right now with the Vanguard. I felt like I had a breakthrough moment last night where things just kind of clicked and made sense. I figured out at least in my opinion, I figured out why it is that, like, tanking has sucked in 5e. And it all has to do with the way that things lay out in the action economy. Alright. There's been quite a bit of work I've been chewing on this one with for a little while. Turn that down. There we go. Now, warlocks we can do better. Oh yeah, and what I found out the other day, if you guys refresh it right now, like you refresh your browser, it actually like doubles the view count. Like YouTube has not really figured out the best way to deal with live streaming. But yeah, every time that you like, if you just click refresh, it's you'll stay current with the live stream, but you'll basically be adding another view count. So yeah, just you know, refresh once every 5 minutes or so. Oh man. So, what is this class? What is it going to be? All that other good business, right? So, number one, I wanted to make a D12 hit die class that gets heavy armor. That was number one. I was like, I'm sure that there is a way for us to do this, right? Now, in my opinion, the reason why, if we look at like Paladin is a D10 hit die class with heavy armor, right? But the thing with Paladin, why Paladin is not a D12, is because it has offensive strength. It has smite. There are plenty of reasons why I think Paladin's general budget for the class prevented it from getting a D12 hit die. Now, this class, let's remove any kind of predisposition here. There will not be any spell casting. It will not be tied into a paladin in terms of, like, if people are going to ask why is this not just a paladin, this thing is not meant to attack. This thing, if you deal damage with it, it's going to be so slight. So slight. Yeah, their smite, their spells, their healing, and their aura, right? Now, Barbarian is a class okay, there's only two classes I've been really worried about what would happen if they multi-class dipped over into Vanguard. And I've honestly been more worried about Paladin than I have been for Barbarian. Paladin just has too much synergy that can go on if you're allowing it to come over to this class and just snag a few of the features. I'm trying to still design in a way to where it will disincentivize you from coming over and snagging so much of the Vanguard, because I think it just won't really help out with what Paladin wants to do. If the intention is that this needs to be a tank, and we can design this in a way to where people will not come over to the Vanguard in order to get something that will boost their damage output. I think if I design myself into that kind of a position, then I kind of screwed something up. So, how am I doing this right now? Do I typically enjoy making callbacks to take inspiration from older editions? You saw that I had the classic Tanglefoot bag in The Alchemist. Yeah, if it's something that's like a big fan favorite, like the Tanglefoot bag, then yeah, I'll totally pull it over. But whenever it's like a completely new concept, like something like this, I try to avoid rubs with previous content, especially if I get to a point where this thing just doesn't need to go up on the DM's Guild. I may just release it as OGL, but yeah, it's all whatever. What about the inverse? Squishy backliners multi-classing the Vanguard to be comfortable anywhere in the fight. I don't know that will be completely viable for them. If they multi-class over into the Vanguard, they're going to have a big problem in terms of they're not going to be able to use their spellcasting focus. Because okay, I guess if you go War Mage, it's possible. Like, if there's a squishy backliner that comes over here, they'll be wearing heavy armor, they're wielding a shield, whatever. There's plenty of rules that, like, have that, like, asterisk of you can't cast while in XYZ thing. Is this really going to... I think that it's super counterintuitive for what you can do as a caster. Like, there's something that's in here later on, I'll tell you guys about, yeah. Oh yeah, no, I did take inspiration from older editions for the Runekeeper, yeah. Yeah, it will have a counterattack built into it, yes. I did take inspiration from older editions for the Runekeeper because I wanted to see what the overall narrative expectation was going to be for a rune casting class or runic invoking class. So yeah, I did refer to previous editions for that one. And I tried to find any runes and like older editions that were like big standouts and stuff. And then trying to convert those over to 5e or within like my system. Assorted concentration? Nope, it can't. It's a frontliner. This is the reason why Compelled Duel is so bad as a paladin spell. Compelled Duel requiring that you make you have to make concentration checks to maintain that thing is completely antithetical to what it means to be a frontliner. You want to be the one taking the hits. Yeah. Blissey the class. Yeah, you want to be the one taking the hits. So concentration mechanics in and of themselves are completely anti-tank. There is, like, Compelled Duel, I don't know why they designed it to where it requires concentration. There are so many other ways that you can get around that. I did give you a mechanic in here now. I did give a mechanic, we'll get into it here in a second, that allows you to taunt, and taunt multiple creatures. But it requires a little bit of negotiation. Jesus, I hate this neighbor. I seriously hate this neighbor. It requires a little bit of tracking, but I think that people are going to want, they're going to want, whenever I say tracking, okay, this is it right here, but I'll get into it here in a second. Okay, so a couple reasons why tanking right now in 5e doesn't feel very good. The act of tanking itself means that you are trying to defend others from attacks, which means that you are trying to, in 5e, at least in D&D, you are trying to use time on your turn that will always come preemptively to the attack made by an enemy. Now, this is why Sentinel is pretty good at building into a tank mindset. The shift of my protection being on my action over to a reaction is, I think, the golden ticket. I think that if you are making that shift over to where you're no longer really active on your turn, but more so that you're getting more reactions in a way, I think that that's the way that we're going to be able to design a tank. They were just flat damage reduction. Yeah, it's mostly just the problem is that they know how to make, yeah, Tower Shield the class, yeah. They know how to make damage, like meat shields, right? But they do not know how to make tanks, hard peelers. And the reason for this is because the problem is a little bit tricky here. The problem requires that you have to shift over the tank's action economy to where the core part of their turn isn't their turn, it's their reaction. Because you as a tank are going to want to be able to react to danger that's going on. Hard peel, things like that. Now, the thing that was kind of odd to me is that, like, it almost feels like suddenly you go from, like, reactions as a core almost just feel like they are a bit too, they almost feel like they're trying to evoke speedy dexterity characters, more so than like a big bad tank, right? And I think that that's mostly just like a narrative, maybe like a kind of weird bias I've got in my mind for it, but like, I think going with that idea of, you know, punishing aggression, like it totally makes sense for the reaction here. But I will start out from level 1 and kind of go up. And just, by the way, whenever I do these kinds of class design things in here, please, hold off on making suggestions until you see kind of what I've got out there or feedback or anything like that. Whenever people start throwing out ideas and stuff and they're like, ooh, it needs this, like, Also keep in mind that your vision of what something like this should be, or maybe I just have a disagreement on the idea, and that's okay. Doesn't mean I don't like you. It just means that I've got a vision for this, and maybe that idea isn't really gelling with it, right? Trying to think of anything else. If you want to see a bit more active, I do like a bit more active update on this stuff, or you've got a question for me specifically, maybe I don't really get to it here, please hit me up over on Discord. There is a whole channel for this over in my server where those of you guys that were over in the Alchemist channel and everything, you can see I'm extremely active about updates and stuff like that. But I'm not always able to get to live streams all the time to ask or answer questions. So yeah. Most DMs have that mindset about reactions. Yeah, I think that's I think that some DMs do that, oh, you gotta be a quick character to get a reaction, but I don't see it. I think I had that idea, but finally I was like, no, there's plenty of ideas in fantasy where, I mean, a reaction isn't always a quick action, right? You might be able to make sense of that as a bonus action, but a reaction is just you literally, it is what you are doing in response to another creature, right? Which anybody can react. So yeah. Okay. So starting out from the very, very top. Yeah. Your party is already making backups and 3 of them want to play my Alchemist. Oh, thanks. Thank you. Yeah, and I've got the guide here on YouTube right now. So, okay, creating a Vanguard. The idea of this class is going to be you are going to be the big party meat shield. You want to take damage. You want to be the one that is drawing all the aggression. This is not going to be a class, and let me dispose of an idea right now. This is not going to be the class for people that want to deal damage. Plenty of people have been like, well, I don't know that this kind of class is going to appeal to me or something like that, and that is fine. I'm not making this class for you in that case. I'm making this class for people that want to tank. I love playing a tank, and not just in D&D, in almost any video game. I love being able to play the big meat shield that's pulling things off of my buddies, right? Hey, what's up, Jordan? So, oh, Delibine. Wow, thank you so much for the $15. Big meaty shield. Yes. Yeah. Thank you so much for the really generous donation. Now, this is going to be a class. If the way that you're seeing it is, this thing can't be viable because I don't see the numbers that it's churning out, this is not going to be the class for you. I'll just say that right now. This is going to be a class that is hardcore shut down, lockdown, control, tank, draw aggro, whatever. I want you to be a literal walking tower of just shield, defense, high AC, right? Now, oh yeah, this is not the class that Wizards would ever make, but it's the class that the community is. Yeah. Yes, Reinhardt, right? There are plenty of different examples of what different archetypes are or different characters in fantasy are that kind of build into the idea of what a Vanguard is in my mind. Now, I've listed a few of them down here as kind of examples. I love the one Shield Knight from Shovel Knight. That's too funny. I think probably the most famous one that's on here right now is probably Reinhardt from Overwatch, even though Reinhardt has a maul. Think about Reinhardt if you just straight up remove the maul and it's just shield and dash. And I still think, actually, if that's all that Reinhardt had, he'd be a pretty damn effective controller in the game. Some people said Brigitte, I guess it kind of makes sense. Juggernaut, X-Men, just big dude running through doors and all kinds of shit, right? Kool-Aid Man, sure, boom. You are going to be a bit of the party muscle. You are going to be someone that is removing barriers. You are going to be somebody who is just you are trying to lock down the enemy in a martial sense, in a way that's going to require, oh yeah, we can just get rid of these, non-starters, Barbarian / Paladin synergy. There we go. Um, Craig, I already got that on here actually. So there's a couple of different ideas I've had down here for inspiration. I think the one that I also really want to lean into is Havel from Dark Souls, or Havel. I'm pretty sure it's Havel from what I remember. Havel is just a big dude with the craziest set of armor that has like the most poise of any armor set in the entire game, and then a big old tower shield, right? Now, because it's Dark Souls, he's also got a big dragon tooth club, but like, yeah, Havel the Rock, right? Just, yes. Tanks need to aggro or move enemies away from their friends. 5e doesn't have anything that allows that currently. Hey, guess what? You're about to get it. Don't worry, I got your back. For all the people that have said, oh, I just don't think that this concept will work, anytime I was writing The Dancer or The Alchemist, watch me do it, alright? So, the Vanguard. Number 1, you're going to have a D12 hit die. Number 2, you're going to get all armor proficiency and shield proficiency. Number 3, simple melee weapons. It's kind of standard MO on a martial list. If I would have put none on here, it also feels a little bit weird. But I just put simple melee weapons, sure. Now, yeah, D12 hit die class. Tools, none. Saving throws, strength and constitution. Skills, choose 2 from athletics, history, intimidation, nature, perception, religion, and survival. Sorry, my nose is really itchy. Okay. You do not believe that there are no concepts that work in D&D. It just takes a lot of work to get some. Yeah, I view class design more as a puzzle than like. I mean, yeah, it is a creative process, but like, I view if I've got a concept in mind, I'm using 5e as like, what pieces do I need to move and shift around in order to solve this puzzle, right? I firmly believe that you can make just about any class idea work out in this system. It's part of why I love 5e so much. Notice I said 5e, not specifically Dungeons and Dragons, okay? I feel like I'm having to correct that a lot here lately, but yeah. You think yes. So hang on, before you guys get, let's see the class. Let's see the class features that I've already written before we start making a bunch of suggestions out there. All right. So, hand axes would be fine. I'm about to just remove the weapons on there because, like, you're not really supposed to be using weapons with this. Starting equipment, a shield or a tower shield, and then you get chainmail and a shield. There's going to be more equipment on here. I'm mostly I thought this was funny. But yes, you can get a tower shield with this. So, what does a tower shield do? You have to wield it with 2 hands. It is a heavy item, all right? And that's going to obey all the rules for heavy and dual wielding, all that good business. What you can do with a tower shield is it gives you the normal bonus of a shield, as well as the benefits of half cover. So if you're wielding it with 2 hands, boom, half cover. No small races, I'm sorry. Yeah, like... There comes a point where it's like if somebody wants to do this, I would say go dual shields, because I did make a build, or I'm making it possible for you to go dual shield with it. But tower shield narratively for it to work out, where like, I mean, a small character can't provide cover to a medium character. There's just it's not. The game rules don't support that specifically, right? It may just be one of the kind of like. Yeah, small races can't even wield, like, they're not able to effectively wield 2-handed or heavy weapons, right? Yeah, screams and goblin. But I did make it to where, even if you do go this class and you are a small size race, you can go with the dual shield build if you want. Path of the Juggernaut from Critical Role might be inspiring. It's one of your favorite subclasses from them. Not sure the same role / concept, but it could be of interest. Yeah, I'm trying to avoid looking at any other homebrew. I don't want to look at any other designs that aren't official for right now. I may later on go through and look at something else, but yeah, it's something I was also talking about whenever I was doing the early part of the Alchemist. I don't want anybody to get the perception that, like, I am pulling from somebody else's designs. I want to get all my own ideas out there on the page, and then maybe look at some suggestions to see like how somebody else may have used a wording or something. But I want to make sure the mechanical identity of mine is wholly unique from anybody else's out there. So yeah, if it just so happens that I stumble into the same design as somebody else, or there is a similarity, we can chalk it up to the fact of 5e's got a specific kind of a wording that we all kind of agree, you know, like, yeah, like, if you're going to say you take the attack action, you can only write that in so many ways. My kobold shouldn't suffer from sunlight sensitivity. My tower shield is giving me shade. Alright, so, starting out, first level, what would you get? You're going to get Fortitude and Shield Bearer. So, Shield Bearer. A Vanguard prioritizes protection above all else, interceding on aggressors that would threaten their allies. While you're not wielding a weapon, you can equip 2 shields at the same time, granting you a bonus to your AC equal to half the second shield's AC bonus, round down. This is here, it says round down here specifically because, minimum of 1. Hang on. Well, wait, all shields provide a... Yeah, never mind. The reason I am wording it this way is because of Thrycreen. We are getting ready for Thrycreen to be put into the game that has multiple arms. We have to make sure that, like, this is why I made a Twitter post the other day where I was like, we have to worry about what Thrycreen's going to do for martial builds. Thrycreen being able to snag 2 shields over here and then go over and still use a martial melee weapon with another arm, unless Wizards of the Coast handles that race very, very carefully, they're about to limit a lot of design space for martial-based classes. So I'm wording it this way right now because I think that this is going to be the way that we need to fix it. The way that we need to at least code it, at least to where Thrycreen isn't going to constantly be a problem, especially with shield-based character archetypes. Oh, yeah. Creating subclasses is like rating music. It's okay to get inspiration from somewhere else, but it feels the best if you entirely come up with your own ideas. Yes. Are all the classes I'm doing this summer on the DM's Guild? At the moment, yes. Setting up Shopify or anything else I'd have to go in to do to like get my own site going or something like that, kind of complicated at the moment. However, if I get over 10,000 subs here on YouTube, I'm just going to start selling it through YouTube. YouTube has a storefront that allows you to sell digital products, so rather than have to set up my own storefront and everything, anything that I write, you'll be able to pick up down below. So, be looking forward to that once I pass 10K. Your skill in combat with shields allows you to employ various tactics in combat. Crowd control. When you take the attack action to make a shove attack with a shield that you're holding in one hand, you can use a bonus action to make a shove attack with a different shield you're holding in the other hand. Hey, we got some of the like shield master stuff happening in here, right? Yeah, spread word about the channel. Yeah. Yeah, as soon as I get over 10K, I'm going to switch over to just selling stuff OGL through YouTube. Hold the line. While you're wielding a tower shield, so both hands, sorry, one sec. Oh man, my allergies right now. While you're holding a tower shield, you can use a bonus action on your turn to provide half cover to creatures of your choice within 5 feet of you until the start of your next turn. Yeah, I did pass over 8K, yes. So, what you would be able to do, either way, this is giving you a unique bonus action that you can do with the shield. You can either, number one, with crowd control, if you make a shove attack, you can do a bonus action shove attack. Boom, boom, right? Hold the line. While you're wielding a tower shield, you can use a bonus action on your turn to provide half cover to creatures of your choice within 5 feet of you until the start of your next turn. So you already have half cover from the tower shield, and then you can just like do this. I imagine this as some kind of a like bracing pose, so you can just right. It's a tool to restrict movement. Yes, yeah. You are cutting down. The entire intention of this class is going to be lockdown. We are trading we're basically trading damage output for hard control. Yeah, Braum from League of Legends. I've had a lot of people talking about Braum. So, that is Shield Bearer. That is the ability for you to equip 2 shields if you would like to, or if you're using a tower shield, boom, there's a nice unique thing you can do with it. Does that mean that I would redesign my previous classes to abide by the OGL? I am currently talking with a lawyer about currently talking with a lawyer about how much of the CCA would, what it means for me to have published something over on the DMs Guild, and how much I would have to substantially change it in order to take to print a different version of it somewhere else, right? There are already certain redesigns I need to do for some of the classes, but you know, whenever the new edition comes along, as far as I'm concerned, that means that there's a new license. So that means that anytime that I'm going to create a new class, DM's Guild is not going to have, the DM's Guild license is not going to apply to the new edition. They're going to write a provision in there, I'm sure, for like extending the license over from 5th edition content, but I don't think what that means is if I go and write something that is like, this is a class for the new edition, yet it was a class that I wrote in a previous edition, that mechanical identity, at least from what I understand, the DM's Guild CCA is not going to be able to cover any designs I do for a different edition or a different system, because number one, I'm the person that wrote the thing, and number two, the DM's Guild CCA only restricts it to products that you wrote using the 5e license, right? So either with the new edition, that means that I can convert stuff over and use the OGL, or what I could do is just start converting this stuff over to something like Pathfinder. And DM's Guild can't really do anything about that. So it's like, you know, I could keep writing stuff for 5e, or I take it over to a different system as well. And it's a way for me to like, hey, you like this class in D&D, if you really like Pathfinder, here you go. Yeah. So, can I take them to Suplex City? There is something in here that I think you'll like quite a bit. So, Fortitude. You stand unflinching as a walking bastion of unbreakable poise. While you're wearing heavy armor, you gain the following benefits. Notice that I wrote while you're wearing heavy armor here because I wrote this in here because the main counter to this right here is that Barbarian Rage won't kick on, right? I was also worried about some things that could happen in terms of like Paladin. So you'll see some things that I wrote in here to kind of deal with multi-classing. So while your feet are firmly on the ground, you count as one size larger when making strength checks and strength saving throws. I don't care about the Paladin synergy in here. Them getting this feature right here is going to push them away from going Paladin multi-class. You reduce any bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage by an amount equal to your proficiency bonus as determined by your Vanguard level. What this means is this is dealing with the multi-class issue. A Paladin can come over here and grab this, and they're going to get one feature that does not help them out in terms of like damage output here, and then they're going to get a feature that is not going to scale with them if they're going other classes or other class levels, right? If they are not taking at least 4 levels as a Vanguard, this will not scale up. All right, so you reduce any bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage you take by an amount equal to your proficiency bonus as determined by your Vanguard level. If they go and they take is it Heavy Armor Master? That's going to actually give them a little bit more than they would out of multi-classing over here to Vanguard. Now, this wording, equal to your proficiency bonus as determined by your Vanguard level. The reason why I'm writing this is because I like proficiency bonus scaling. I like it as a modifier, but determining the number of uses of a thing, I don't really like. Now, using proficiency bonus here, whenever I say as determined by your Vanguard level, if you go 4 levels of Vanguard and then 1 level of Paladin, you don't get the +3 because you're a 5th level character. Because of 4, you only have 4 levels of Vanguard, so you only have a +2 here. Let's say you go 5 levels of Vanguard, 1 level of Paladin. Boom! Suddenly you get the +3, and then whatever the Paladin features gave you, right? So I'm trying to figure out. Yeah, I don't know if this is going to be the exact wording that people are going to go with, but this is something that I think is going to fix quite a bit of multi-class issues. Yeah. Yeah. Trust me, we'll get in there. Now, the last part of this. When you move 10 feet in a straight line immediately before shoving a creature, you can push the target up to 10 feet away if you succeed. So here you have the bit of the charge mechanic that came in the charge your feet. Now, here's the deal. A lot of what you're going to see here is actually me parsing out some of the good tank feats into class features here, but they all get significant improvements. My philosophy on this is there are plenty of feats that feel so cool as something that could be a core class mechanic, and it seems like there was a thought there, but then they were like, we want the game to be simple, so we're gonna cut it. It's not gonna make it into a subclass or what the hell ever, right? This is a big reason why I made the entire Alchemist class, because I wasn't really happy with what they did with the Alchemist Artificer, right? So what I think you could do is, I think that Sentinel is such a defining feat. I think that Sentinel, Shieldmaster, Charger, oh god, there was another one I was thinking of. But these 3 in particular, I think are so good at defining what it could mean to tank, that I would rather you be able to get the power of those within your core 3, so people know, bam, exactly what's going on with this thing. I don't need to multi-class over. One of the worst issues would be if somebody said, yeah, I would, it's like, this seems like a good tank, but I still feel like I'm better if I go fighter, variant human, and get Sentinel and make that work, right? And that doesn't feel good. Like, that, don't worry, we're not in the final design state. Don't worry about it. Steadfast. I was trying to remember. Something like that. I don't know. We'll figure that out. So, Frank Avila, hey, thank you so much for subscribing. So, the Grand Sentinel. What I figured out is you can make Sentinel so much better. You can actually make Sentinel so good by clipping out a few lines of text. Grand Sentinel is like my, if you are going to hardcore tank, what are you gonna do? And again, remember, we're still at the throwing shit at the wall phase, alright? We're gonna see what sticks. Grand Sentinel. You can use a reaction to move up to your speed remaining from the end of your last turn. No trigger required. If a creature is within your reach when you end this move, you can make a shove attack against it as a part of the same reaction. Further, when you successfully shove a creature, the creature's speed becomes 0 until the start of its turn. So, this enhances just about everything from Sentinel. This is 3 sentences that gives you all the power of Sentinel. It's only working with the shove stuff that's happening in here, right? But that should be the main thing that you are going with this class. A ton of ASIs. Yeah, just make it like an ASI class. Yeah, right? Oh. You basically made a bunch of new wording to get this to work. Yeah, somewhat. Is next turn? Oh, there was a reason why I didn't type next, and I'm trying to remember. I think number 1. I guess it should say next turn, but like it doesn't. That seems silly right here. Because like if it's during its turn, then the start of its turn has already passed. Reaction with no trigger. Hey, nope. You get to just determine when you move. Yep, you choose when it happens. Now you can only do this thing, and what this means is, notice there's a wording in here. Move up to your speed remaining from the end of your last turn. If you moved 15 feet during your turn, you can only move 15 feet during this reaction. So, there is a conservation of energy that needs to happen in this. The problem, yeah, get down, Mr. President, right? Yep, 100%. The issue that's happening here, you do need to think about saving movement. This is part of addressing the issue of why tanking in 5e doesn't feel very good right now. You have to predict everything that's going on. This is making it to where the Vanguard is their main turn, their main action economy. They can shove. They can absolutely shove. If there's something right next to them, sure. Boom, whatever. Now, if they haven't moved during that turn, they can use a reaction at any point to just move off their turn. Now, if a creature is within their reach whenever they end the move, they can then make a shove attack against it as a part of the same reaction. Yeah, I think that this makes it hyperactive, and you are able to get in the way of other creatures. Like, oh. Yeah, in the middle of an enemy's attack and then suddenly tackling them. You need to be disruptive. That is part of the power of this class. I am not giving you damage output because I am like, you need to be a big disruptor class here. You need to be on other people's turns because you're only getting that one reaction, kind of. And we'll talk about that here in a second. You're only getting this one reaction right here, right? So if something is going on, you've conserved your speed, you haven't moved because you're like, I'm watching out for this other guy. The way I see that as a DM is I'm basically like, yeah, he's taking the ready action. He's going to allow, boom, whatever. The warning for shove applies both to the pushing and knocking the target prone. Is that intended / will it be an issue? I have no reason to believe that it will be an issue. Wait. For shove applies for both pushing. I'm not. Yeah, I don't think I see the issue that's going on. Yeah, just the entire idea needs to be that this thing is going to be the crazy, scary. Refresh your browser, dear Zuzad. This thing needs to be the crazy, scary. Boom! I'm gonna slam. Yeah, it's a free, weaker, ready action to move. Yes, you are saving. Yes, I'm so glad you guys are seeing this. Like, Now, the other part of this, if people are kind of like, yeah, but doesn't Sentinel make it to where like creatures provoke an opportunity attack from you even if they like take the disengage action? Guess what? It's already written in here. Not only that, it's better. It's better because you don't really care. You don't really. What this says right here, you can move up to your remaining speed and then make a shove attack against it. Guess what? If you use all your movement, but this thing is trying to get away from you right there, it doesn't matter. You can use your reaction, no trigger required, to just slam on the thing. For cleric multiclasses? How come? Well, that has to do... That's Spirit Guardian having an odd interaction. And also, I would say that, like, if it becomes an issue where you're feeling that Spirit Guardian is just too much of a meat grinder, then I would say probably change a wording of the spell to where it's only triggering, like, once per turn. If a creature has 0 speed, can they even get up? So you mean whenever you knock it prone... Here's the thing. You can already do this. Wait. Let me double check. Actually, that might be a good call. Hang on. Can it even get up? Because if it can't... You shoved it, knocked it prone. When you hit a creature with an opportunity attack, the creature's speed becomes 0 for the rest of the turn. It doesn't really matter, in my opinion. Oh, for the rest of the turn. Yes, okay, that... Ah. Now, its speed would become 0 on your turn, which could be a little bit odd. But if you are shoving the creature, knocking it prone, you can already do this. You can already do this. Yeah, you can't stand up if you have 0 movement. Now, you can already do this in the game, though. Sentinel, you could reduce its speed down to 0 feet. Somebody else comes up and shoves it. I guess you couldn't technically shove it, and that might be the reason why. I'm glad to keep doing them. Wait, Grand Sentinel seems like it might be annoying to track if you use it on your own turn. Why would you use it on your own turn? Why would you... Wait. From the end of your last turn. Okay, so it does need to have a text that says something about, like, this reaction can't be used on your turn. Hang on. Yep, you can't use this reaction. I don't think there's anything in the game that says, like, off your turn. Yeah, no, you can't. No, yeah, hang on one second. I need to turn up the AC. It got hot in here. Man. Woo! Can you get a quick summary of what the class is? I've gone over it twice. It's a hyper tank that is focusing on crowd control. Yeah, no, so it can't, no, that's gamifying it now, to something I don't really like, where you are just thinking about the mechanical benefit of it. I guess that's fair. Yeah. On another creature's turn. There we go. The bookkeeping, it might be to remember how much movement you moved last turn. If this is the only thing you're having to track, then I'm very, very fine with that. This is the kind of thing that I think people are willing to track because the benefit is just that good. So no reaction to layer actions. I guess not. I mean, yeah. What's an example of this in fantasy? Like Reinhardt from Overwatch, or oh god, just big shield bitches. Big tower shield users. Havel from Dark Souls. Yeah. Yep. I mean, people are tracking spell slots and all that other stuff, so I think that it's going to be fine. Now, so this is a big. Now, is it the movement that you guys are talking about that seems to be like, oh, that seems a little bit scary and everything? You can already do that in the game. Like, you're just move on your turn. Like, this is all stuff that you can already do. How does this interact with taking the dash action and stuff? That is the one thing that does kind of concern me. So, like, if I'm able to use my dash action on my turn and not move... Wait a minute. Actually, I think... Hold up. I think after you take the dash action, if you don't move, your movement just becomes... No, that's right. You have to take the dash action with the ready action if you want to move off your turn. Hang on. There is a rule that already fixes this. Yep, the current turn. Yep. It's already fixed. My dudes, it is already fixed. Can you run out of an AoE spell like Fireball or something? Ooh. Yeah, you could. It would cost you your reaction to do so. I don't know, I'll think about that. That's actually a good point. Now, with dash... Yep, doesn't work outside of the turn. Oh, it already fixes itself. No, that's good. That is good. That means we have plenty of open design space. Maybe you saw where the spell was going. You would have to... If people are going to say that this no trigger required thing is going to break it, you know, might need to get a little bit specific there. But, as of right now, you can use a reaction on another creature's turn to move up to your speed remaining from the end of your last turn. No trigger required. You are still conserving the speed. So this is a good defensive feature in here. If a creature is within your reach when you end this move, you can make a shove attack against it as a part of the same reaction. Further, when you successfully shove a creature, the creature's speed becomes 0 for the rest of the turn. Now, if you shove it during your turn, then boom. Now, the power in this is going to be you're going over and being disruptive here. You think a trigger is needed just to clarify what it can't be? This trigger is... I don't know how to put a trigger in here that would... Oh god, yeah, why is that going crazy? Wait, why is Twitch having a hard time with apostrophes? What? Weird. For something I wrote to help it, I put you have to have move towards an ally / friendly creature. No, don't overcomplicate it. Trust me here. Design from reduction. Stop being so like. I'm gonna give you guys. We are very much still at the throw shit at the wall phase here. Get all the mad ideas out there on the page first, and balance way the fuck later. Like way the fuck later. You want to get all your stuff, all your ideas just kind of out there on the page to make sure that like gears are even churning first. The most important thing is that the thing actually works. So once you get to that point, then you can go back and see, okay, what might be causing some hiccups right now. Now, if we start doing things like, oh, well, you can only use this reaction if a creature moves within this space, if it takes the attack action, and yada, 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 it starts to make some issues. So, yeah, this is very much just, you want to get everything out there. You want to just get stuff on the page, alright? So this is very much the idea side of the phase. A lot of you that have grown up on the internet doing, like, homebrew design may be a little bit intimidated by this phase right here, because you think, especially because I'm here publicly on the internet doing this design, that people like Reddit that have gaslit you into, if you present anything in a public faculty that isn't perfectly balanced and ready to go, that you are therein like to be shamed or what the hell ever, right? No, fuck Reddit, fuck what everybody else says, get your ideas out there on the page, let it all sit there for a second. If you find out that there's an issue with it later, then go back and do some retuning, right? But I think that there are so many people that are worried that just because an idea is out there on the page right there, that I'm not even sure how to put it. Like, don't be doing balancing in the middle of your design phase. Get the ideas out there that you know are required to make the thing work, and then go back and see what you might have to clean up. Yeah, but Taron, this might break the game. You must be a bad designer. I get weird emails and shit all the time from people who think that, like, oh yeah, I can make this better. I can do whatever. Can I please just retune or redesign or what the hell ever your class? And you know what? Eventually, at some time, you got to be like, yo, no. And I don't know what to tell you. If you don't like it, you whatever. I don't. Yeah. Yeah, it looks at anything UA. The issue with the UA, the reason why I'm harsh on the UA is because they have a design team that is working on that of like more than 5 people now that can't seem to see why things are busted whenever they put it out there. That's why I'm hard on the UA, because it is apparently the world's greatest role-playing games, biggest designers that they say are like, yeah, these are the people that we want, like, on the design team, that are still putting out material that is just busted. I'm always happy. I really, really wish, no, let me put it to you like this. I feel way better making content about stuff that I'm excited for than I do about, like, being able to bash on something, right? The problem is that Wizards of the Coast has not given me something to be excited for in a very long time. So, yeah. If it seems like I'm just harsh on UA because I'm trying to dunk on Wizards of the Coast, well, it's because they haven't put anything out that excites me in a pretty damn long time. So, I would love to find just more stuff to be like, yeah, oh yeah, it's marketing first and playtesting second. Yep. How do I know it's broken if I didn't test it before? Because I can see that there are issues that come up in play with just mechanical interactions. As a designer, testing is required, but you can't test shit if you didn't make it in the first place. There are things I can look out for that I know that will break in the game. I don't need to test it. I can see it. You don't need to playtest things to be able to see that something may be busted in it. Because we know how a thing is going to interact. This is part of the MCDM problem that they've had, is that they'll say, trust us, it's good. No, it's like, oh my god, it drives me crazy. Oh man, yep, the bag rat, yeah, all that stuff. Yes, as a designer, I can tell you when a thing is going to break your game. I've seen it so many times. I've called it out, all right? Whenever Ross Benjamin and I looked at Astral Self Monk, boom, first thing I see, this is going to break Bag of Rats because of key regeneration. What do? They nerf it. They get rid of it. I'm telling you guys, I know what the hell I'm talking about, all right? Yeah, we should test Silvery Barbs before we ban it. Yeah. Oh, man. Yes. So, Silvery Barbs comes out. We talk about how there are issues with the interactions of it. Overwhelmingly, the playtest feedback that's come back is, yeah, this thing is just way too damn strong. It's not even a fun spell. Yeah, so, like, look, we can, as designers, we can, just from looking at a thing, tell if it's busted or not. I don't have to playtest it. I don't have to. I will let you know. And I promise you that usually, if I call something out in a design, or, like, in a critique or whatever, I have a pretty damn good track record here on YouTube of looking at UA, and if I say that something is probably too good to make it into the final product, I think I have a 100% accuracy rate of calling out whenever something may be a little bit busted, and it will either get retuned or scrapped from the UA. I think I am one of the few people who can report that I have a 100% accuracy rate on that. Is it, no, wait. The only thing that I think I have, I made a call that they didn't go on, and I may have potentially overvalued it, was Investment of the Chainmaster. I still think that Eldritch Invocation is probably too good, but generally, I think I may have worried about it a little bit too much because, I mean, I still think the familiar being able to inflict the unconscious condition is just too good to be tied into your spellcasting ability. Did Silvery Barbs get changed? I don't think I ever... Wait, did it? Did it actually get nerfed? Or if you're asking me because of something I said, I'm not aware of a nerf. No, but it did get changed from the UA because it was previously a subclass feature. I think it may have been potentially more balanced as a shorter long rest subclass feature than it was as a spell. And sometimes broken is referring to logic for rules flow and not effectiveness evaluation. Yes, 100%. I'm not always talking about power whenever I'm talking about something being broken or whatever. I am whenever I'm saying overtuned. If I say broken, I might mean that this thing doesn't actually function. This thing doesn't actually do the thing it's intended to do, right? Things like Spirit's Bard. Spirit's Bard is one that I call broken because that the spellcasting focus wording is not doing the thing it's supposed to do. Oh my god, yeah, oh my god. Yeah, and hey, you know what? Time has gone on. There have been plenty of people, even like, hey, like, I guess sub-quote or sub-tweeting me or whatever via video here on YouTube that are like, wow, I think people are kind of overreacting to what's going on right now. Here we are a year later, and we have people that are literally giving the feedback of, yeah, this thing probably needs to get pulled from the game or heavily nerfed. Silvery Barbs is good enough to make a 3rd level spell. Even make it a 2nd level spell, I still think that it might be a problem, but like, make it a 3rd level spell. Like, that reaction needs to be very, very much worth it. If you make it a 3rd level spell, I think that the spell is at least at that point interesting in terms of the expense that you put into denying that one attack, right? Using a 1st level spell, 1st level spell slot, just to tell something no, not fun. Not fun at all. Now, oh man, yeah, and it's also just incredibly bland. Yep. Flavorless. Just join. What is this new class? It is my version of a hyper martial tank. So, moving on from there, Grand Sentinel. So basically, everything that's going on with the Sentinel feature, or the Sentinel feat, only we are hyper focused on shoving and control. Steadfast. While you are wielding a shield, you can add your shield's AC bonus to any dexterity saving throw you make against a spell or other harmful effect that targets only you. Additionally, if you are subjected to an effect that allows you to make a dexterity saving throw to take only half damage, you can use your reaction to take no damage if you succeed on the saving throw, interposing your shield between yourself and the source of the effect. Now, you're having a trade-off here. Defense of, like, reliable, steadfast, or whatever, or the reaction that's happening here in Grand Sentinel. And I don't know that I like this 100%. However, how does that work with cover? The bonus granted by the shield, like in the tower shield, is just a +2. If you have the benefits of cover, that is from the benefit of cover, not the bonus to your AC from the shield. Right? So the +2 that you get from cover is actually separate from the shield's AC bonus. You don't like the dex being limited to effects that target only you. No benefit against a dragon breath weapon. You already get a bonus to the save. You already get a bonus to the save from, like, if you're using a tower shield. And then also getting the bonus to your shield's AC in here. Yeah. A tower shield is not going to defend you 100% from the damage of, like, a breath weapon attack or whatever. That could be a thing that might kick on later, but, like, giving that kind of a defense here this early on, just not at 2nd level. That might be a later level thing. Imitating the Shield Master's feat's worst feature, there are very few spells that target a single creature and use a dex save. I guess that's fair, but, like, I feel like almost if this isn't in here, then people are going to be like, oh, well, I should just go get Shield Master. This is all the parts of Shield Master right in here already. So, and let me say that there's a few other things in here. If you add a, like, in D&D, you never add a modifier more than once unless it says, like, you double this bonus or something, right? You never, you don't, how do I say this? You do not add a modifier to any roll more than one time. This is why we constantly have things like your modifier is doubled for any check you make, or something like that, right? So the reason why we say that in particular is because this will not stack if you go get Shield Master, right? Work on all deck saves. I guess the argument here... Wait. The argument here would be that you're actually trying to make a class that's improving on Shield Master. This is supposed to be the... Yeah, wait. Yeah, there we go. There we go. I feel like a couple obvious facts are fine. Class still gets ASIs, might as well use them. I'm not sure what that may be. Yeah, I'm not sure what that might be in reference to. Maybe swap the order of the features? While you're wielding a shield, you if you're subjected to an effect that allows you to make a dexterity saving throw to take only half damage. Further, you can add your shield to AC bonus to any dexterity saving throw you make. How do I envision this class using ASIs for improving their ability scores? Or getting feats, however people want to. But I want to make it to where, like, yeah, no, you're better at being the tank mindset if you go with Vanguard, because, like, this is giving you the power of what other classes have to do through feat investment, but as class features. Having 2 reactions per turn for this class would be big with those features. Hey, guess what? Guess what? Guess what I give ya? You can take 1 additional reaction per round. You can't use this additional reaction during your turn or during the same turn that you take your normal reaction. Boom. I'm telling you guys, I know what the fuck is up. Now, the trade-off here of, like, one of these is going to be a reaction or this one right here. You either have the defensive one or you have the, like, slightly offensive controlling one, right? Now, the trade-off being if you didn't move during your turn, this may actually be better. Give you that at 5th level and we may have a deal. I thought about it at 5th level. You getting an additional reaction during your turn, I think is just better, or during the round. I think is going to be kind of hard to justify at 5th. I'm still thinking that through. What is the ability scores you're prioritizing in orders? Probably Constitution and Strength. Depends, honestly, though. Like, if you want to be the big meat shield, like, Constitution. But, like, you're really only focusing on Strength and Constitution here. Yeah, with multiple reactions. Hold my fish and chips, yeah. Reactions in half movement is what I did with my fighter. Yeah, I want you to be able to conserve. I want you to be able to conserve your speed in here as a means of you like being able to just suddenly like go charge and do the thing, right? Do I imagine this class was purely martial with no magical effects? 100%. I actually found out the other day I love writing martials more than I like writing spellcasters. I think that martials are a bit more of a challenge because you are okay. With spellcasters, the thing is, there's an expectation where, like, yeah, I'm gonna just what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get a layout of spells, and these spells are like, this is where I'm blowing all my power budget. I know exactly what's going on with it. No half-caster, I don't plan on it right now. Now, like, I feel like the moment that you throw spellcasting on a thing, it immediately feels a little bit bland to me, because I know what's coming out, right? However, on a pure martial, I'm like, what the hell are we doing with the action economy today, boys? Like, it seems so much more fun. It really does. I love trying to write features that feel like, no, we have the core, like, we have the core thing that all characters are going to get, like, in terms of, like, their action, their bonus action, their movement, and their reaction. And I'm like, cool, let's make that weird. And that's what I love about martials, is it's way easier for you to justify, yeah, let's just do weird shit. Like, let's see what odd stuff we can do to stretch out the action economy, right? Spellguard subclass. Spellguard is kind of cool. Spellguard's a cool concept. So, hang on one sec. I like the idea. I may need to take you and give you your own page so you stop screwing with my entire layout. Yeah. Wait, are you not on your own? Oh, you're not. Sorry, guys. Oh, wait. Yeah, you are. Okay. Sorry, one sec. I'm bitching at my layout here. I don't know. That Choir of Fire, thank you so much for subscribing. I am not looking to, yeah, I'm not really worried about spellcasting at the moment. We're not in the subclass design phase right now. We take it all a bite at a time. You guys should learn, with patience comes greatness. If I had a... Oh, I was looking for something to, like, play a little... Yeah, whatever. Yeah, we're not as this... Yeah. The creative process takes time, and you have to be willing to work on the craft in any pursuit that you're working on. This is going to take time. Come on. We are definitely at the design, like, whenever I say in the idea phase. There's a lot of ideas I'm trying to get out there right now. I think quite a few people that haven't really, like, been involved in, like, a major creative endeavor don't really understand, like, the process that goes into crafting a thing out, right? And that's fine. Like, you can learn that, but, like, it does take, there is a lot of, it can feel like you are just chiseling at stone with a spoon at times. But it takes patience and all that. We can't just, like, throw out, like, when you attack a thing, you rip its dick off. Like, you can't, you know, it takes a little bit of time, patience, and working through sitting on the idea and letting it kind of simmer before you, like, you know, really put it out there. Dawn and Doff shield upgrade. I don't think you ever really want to doff a shield. You want to don that shield all the time. You come from the generation of instant gratification. Patience is not my virtue. We shall learn it together. Dick Ripper class, yeah. Twist his dick off. Give him the old dick twist. Oh, man. There we go. Yeah, when you... Yeah, you've been in so many brainstorm sessions where everyone stopped to criticize each idea. It's not a brainstorm session and it drives you nuts. Yes, you will legitimately add on so much goddamn time whenever you're like in a okay, if you are part of a committee or any kind of a group that is currently just what you're just trying to do is you're like, what is the idea? What is the vision, right? What are we working towards here? And yet you have somebody that wants to fucking stop every single time they have even a minor thing about like, I don't think that's a great idea. Oh my God, you are not going to get anything done. What you have to do is whenever you get into those meetings, say, you know what? We're going to hold off on critiquing the ideas for right now. We're just trying to get ideas out there. All right. So let's not stop about, this or this, whatever. Unless we find something that is a horrendously bad idea, right? Like, whatever. Unless we have something that is like a horrendously bad idea, we're just trying to get the stuff out there right now, So really, it is that moment of, guys, sit with me here, because what you're seeing is not perfection that I'm going to shit out the first time I write a thing. This is a very messy document. I'm saying this now because this was pretty bad over on the Alchemist early designs too. This is a messy document. This is not what this thing is going to look like in the end. Relax. We're going to make it through it, all right? We're going to throw all the shit at the walls and we'll clean it up later. So yes, you're seeing the creative process at work. That's why you're on these streams. All right? Good. Also in the nature of Twitch chat to snag on everything, though. Yeah, but it's also my job to, as somebody that's trying to educate people on being designers, to show them what behaviors to kind of push back against, or to curb, right? If they're trying to make something work out, these are the kinds of things that I wish people had told me whenever I was in college. These are the kinds of things that you can only get through, experience in the field. Where, is a teacher necessarily going to tell you, is a teacher necessarily going to tell you how to navigate a brainstorm session? Not usually. Or what you do about the way that you're writing an email, the way that you're responding to an email. Maybe if you took a communications class, that might be a thing, but in most situations, this is just things that you have to learn from doing it, We're coming up with the Alchemist streams, which are at the end game, which little details were important. And sure. Whenever it's at playtest point, that's the point where it's all right, let's get into the nitty gritty. Right now, it's just throwing. We're taking the big Lego bricks to try and make the house. We'll get into the weird, quasi shapes and all that stuff later on. Man, you're realizing you had really good teachers in your life? It's great to hear. If you had teachers that are teaching you taking the time to teach you some life experience stuff, those are the ones that are going to make an actual impact. Vanguardian Crest. I thought about Vanguardian Mandate or Vanguard's Mandate. I went back to Archetype because it just, I don't know. Coming up with what your unique subclass name is always odd. Improv is great for learning not to judge. Yeah. Yeah, I really like the rule of yes and. For those of you unfamiliar, it's that in the rules of comedy. Hey, Drink wait, did you sub over on Twitch? What? Did you sub on Twitch or did you unsub and resub on YouTube? Wait. What did you just do? You're over on Twitch. Dude, thank you so much for the subscription. Yeah, for any of you guys, if you're interested in kind of helping the channel out, over on Twitch, I mean, I'm already affiliated and all that stuff, but like, if you've got Twitch Prime and you want to, yeah, everyone switch back and forth, yeah. If you want to help support the channel, if you've already got like Twitch Prime or anything like that, it would, yeah, Prime sub, yeah. If you feel like throwing your Prime sub my way because you like what I do over here, I'd really appreciate your support over on Twitch if you can. But, okay, let me see. Wait, what? I don't know if you do reviews or not, but if you do, you figure copy of my new book. Oh. I've gotten a lot of good responses to that recent video. It seems like people are... Whoop. There we go. Seems like people are really biting on there. Oh, Senor Liv said, hey there, Mr. First time here. Love your content and super excited for the Sovereign class. Hey, I'm glad to have you. Thanks so much for hanging out. Yeah, the Sovereign is one that I am, I do still have in mind. I do still have in my mind. I want to make it work out really bad because I can tell that'd be one that would take off. But yeah, if you can take an idea you don't like and say yes and the idea, you're doing well. Yes. It was definitely a hot take vid. Not surprised it's getting attention. I don't even know that it's a hot take. I mean, I saw people like coming and going from that, but like I have legitimately gained 10 times the subscribers than what I lost whenever I put that video out. Like it seems that there are more people that are in agreement that like, no, yeah, 5e is just not really healthy for DMs. It's not well, okay. Hang on, let me rephrase that. Yeah, 1 sec. That 5e core rulebooks that WotC is putting out are not great for new DMs. Yeah. So I still stand by that video quite a bit. If people aren't happy with like other people voicing their opinions on like content here, especially whenever I'm vouching for the little guy, they can absolutely unsubscribe because like I'm gonna keep vouching for the little guy whenever I can, because I think that I can more eloquently express myself and my issues with the game design side of it in a way that not many other creators either can or are willing to, because either they're worried about losing out on a working opportunity with Wizards of the Coast, which honestly I don't care. If they want to send me a review copy, I've been trying to hit you guys up for like 3 years now, but if they want to send me a review copy, cool, let's work together. That doesn't mean that I'm going to cut back on criticizing what I feel is lazy design, you know, and I'm like, if you never send me a review copy, that's also fine, whatever. I'm just saying that it would be cool to be able to talk about the content that you all are putting out, in regards to how you might be able to make it a bit more consumer friendly, and a bit less hostile towards third-party content creators. Yeah. I think that D&D could wind up becoming truly the actual world's greatest role-playing game. I think that 5e as a system still has plenty of years left on it to where this system can go for a long, long while. I would just like to very much see WotC stop making decisions because of business moves and start actually thinking about their player base. Start thinking about the people that are actually trying to play their game rather than shoving books out the door. I went from thinking that the power creep arguments were more so just conspiracy theory tinfoil hat bullshit, into now thinking like, no, I don't even think that they're thinking about power creep as much as they're just like not able to put out quality content. Yeah, I'm still not going to switch over to Pathfinder 2nd Edition because I'm asking my players to learn a new system. And I'm also just not really interested either because I've already written so much material for this game and I already know how to run it. Like I said, I'm not worried so much about me. I'm worried about the newer player, or the newer DM. Sorry, one sec. Okay. If you want to put out more hot takes, what part of 5e do you point to most as an example of lazy design? Anything after 2019? I say lazy. There's a blurred line that can happen between what is lazy and what is just like a screw up, right? There's experimental and innovative ideas. Like, okay, some people pointed to Icewind Dale, where it's like, okay, this seems like maybe they were lazy, quote unquote. That's not specific enough. I like the idea of what they went with the open world right there, but I will say that it is bad design for them not to have made the 10 towns at least scale with your character level. Like, if the characters start out in this town, by the time they get to this town, you can make these adjustments to the stat block or whatever. That's what I consider to be bad design, where you can legitimately start out in the 10 towns going up against like a CR6 creature. I can look at Sephic Caltro's stat block and see that they were very, very lazy in designing that stat block in particular, because they didn't even factor in his cold regeneration into his defensive CR, which resulted in a lot of players TPKing at what they could very easily encounter by 3rd level. In fact, that's what's written on its stat block. That is not a CR3 stat block, that is a CR5. There's also the whole thing with the frozen skeleton. It seems like they're still writing adventure designs in a way where they think like, yeah, well, the players really want to parlay with everything. They want to, and it's like, no, there's a flowery kind of version of D&D that some of the designers keep trying to write for that just isn't the way that 90% of people play this game. It isn't. It's not, all right? There are quite a lot of people that are on TTRPG Twitter that are playing a version of D&D where it's like, you know, we do have the fun dating sim romance, all that stuff, right? Whatever, that's cool. But that's not the way that most people play it. And I think that there are quite a few people that are under the illusion that like, no, this is what people want out of D&D right now. It's not. It's not. Like, it is a small minority of people that are trying to get the dating simulator or very, very, very combat light or no combat kind of D&D out of this game. Now, if you are in that minority, what I'm not bashing you here or anything like that, but I will say that you should probably recognize that you are making up a small percentage of the TTRPG scene. The majority of tables that are playing D&D are usually playing with fairly vanilla rules, all right? There's an expectation of, like, we know what a long rest is, we know what short rests are, we know what this stuff is supposed to do, and the table is going to operate in a way where, like, I can pick stuff up, I can pick up my character sheet, whatever, move to another table that's playing D&D, and likely expect a fairly similar experience, where we can agree that, you know, what a long rest is, whatever, as long as this table isn't playing with gritty realism for whatever reason. Now, you actually don't like games when with monsters that scale with you like that. You would really hate Final Fantasy VIII. Final Fantasy VIII, I also felt like I just wasn't improving, but like I think it's different for a JRPG compared to like a TTRPG. I still feel like there's a matter of, like, okay, character growth. How is it, like, measurable in a TTRPG versus a JRPG, right? In a TTRPG, character growth isn't measured by usually how bad you're fucking shit up. It's about how the overall fantasy response that you're getting in your mind about like this feels like a better power, right? Now, in general, are you going back to like fight those same bullets or whatever that were fucking you up at 3rd level whenever you're at 12th level because, oh man, I feel like I'm stronger now? No, you're just not doing that in a TTRPG. However, if you go to a game like Dark Souls or Elden Ring, you get towards the later game where you're like 50th plus level, and then you come back to Limgrave, and you just realize like you are just one-shotting everything over there that used to take you like 8 swings. Yeah, you're feeling yourself like power up right there, right? But like for the most part in a TTRPG, that's not the kind of experience, that's not the kind of feedback that we're getting, Mostly it's that our features look like they are crescendoing into something bigger, right? So TTRPGs are kind of in an otter space in terms of how you're going to get the good brain food, right? That dopamine high, and like the scaling thing in the Icewind Dale thing, that's just one thing I threw out there. I think that adventure is cool. They had cool ideas. It is a good jumping off point, but I think that Icewind Dale is something I would consider like half done. That's the kind of book that I think is like it needed another 6 to 8 months in the oven before it was released. But I don't know. We're gonna see how Spelljammer comes out. We're gonna see. But not throw more hit points and just increase damage scaling. It could be kind of cool to see like the future of monster stat blocks be like, the monsters are also getting additional things if their CR is a certain like whatever. Like there's a mimic. All right, cool. If a mimic is large size, increase its CR by 4 or something like that, and give it a acid spit attack or something like that, right? Increase the damage of its bite up to a D10. Seeing it to where like the monsters are more than just a here's a stat block. It's more so that there's a gradient of like an expression that happens on the stat block, right? Like that can be kind of cool. Abilities that aren't too crowded on the stat block is good. I've used half health to change. Mostly this is with video games when I get so tired of bullet sponge enemies. Got tired of the Starfield trailer when they were unloading entire clips and the enemies wearing space suits. Yeah, the thing I'm thinking of is like, I'm just really trying to think back on like, okay, Elden Ring, what I played here like real lately. Shield Pact, I'm good. It doesn't really resonate with me. Like, addressing the whole CR system is going to be it's a whole other deal. WotC, if you want some help, like let me know. All right. Now here's my deal. I'm critical of WotC's work. WotC as a company, if you want my help, please let me know. I would love to come and work on this game. All right. I would love to help you guys out. Or give me a call, because even if it's like a consult about like, hey, my personal issues as someone that's becoming a bit of an influencer here in this scene and that designs for this game quite a bit, let me tell you about community responses I've seen in regards to your products, right? Let's talk about that. Because I feel like too many people are scared to tell WotC, here's the problem, because they want to keep up a good working relationship. I don't give two fucks. Like, WotC, I will let you know if there's a problem. And I think that that's really important, is that all of us have somebody that is willing to... we want to see things improve, and because of that, we know that we need somebody to be critical. I need somebody, if I'm giving you a paper I wrote, and I'm like, yeah, man, would you mind giving me a review on that? And you're thinking, oh man, I don't really want to hurt your feelings. I think it's all right. Here you go. I'm not gonna fucking grow from that. I'm not. Like, I'm not going to grow from somebody just being a yes man. Can't account for good tech. it's impossible to make a perfect CR system. I don't even really think that CR is like, if we're saying, if we are saying that like we want a means of measuring the difficulty of monsters, I don't know. CR is a whole other deal, but WotC seems to be submerged in industry drama, politics, and money. They get in the way of their own improvement, I think. I actually don't think that WotC is getting themselves involved in all this drama. I think that it's, for the most part, people that are looking to... there are some people that will bring up issues with WotC, not because they have a legitimate issue, but because they realize that by manufacturing an issue, they will get more clout over on social media. I will say there are plenty of times that people have fabricated problematic content as a means of trying to get more attention on social media. 100%, it has happened. You know, me giving specific instances is going to wind up pointing the fingers back at me, but I will just say that like this is a thing that happens in the TTRPG space. All right, it's obnoxious when it does happen, and you can always tell because usually somebody will bring up a problem and then immediately start promoting their own shit on that same post. They'll be like, "Oh yeah, WotC, WotC's got a problem with Californians. By the way, here's my OnlyFans." Like, that shit happens every single day. So that's how you can tell that there are grifters that are in the scene. If someone's bringing up a legitimate issue, they're not linking to their shit in there, all right? They're not trying to use it as a means of promoting their own work. This was the ugliest thing. Like, okay, the Satine Phoenix issue, while that was all going down, seeing people that were like, yeah, well, I know a guy who knew a guy that talked to Satine Phoenix while she was in 3rd grade. Anyways, here's some of the shit that I write for D&D. Go get fucked. Get absolutely fucked. You're using other people's abuse in order to like promote your own work. Oh my god, what a piece of shit. Get out of here. Like, but here's the problem. Like, this happens so much in the TTRPG scene. It's gross. It's so gross. And, like, it's weird, like, being somebody that has a YouTube channel, I'm always conscious of the way that, like, if I'm making content and people are like, oh, well, I wish you would talk more about, like, this stuff that's going on, but, like, they're gonna take issue with you if you are, like, you're using this now as a form of like promoting yourself because you're getting content off of it. You're making money, and it's like, okay, how do you negotiate the hypocrisy of it, where people are like, I wish you would talk about this subject. Oh wait, no, you're making no wait. Oh my god, it drives me crazy. As a content creator, it is a no-win scenario. So I stopped giving a fuck. Like, I just stopped. I'm like, you know what? If people are going to be critical about the fact that, like, I'm talking about a serious issue that's going on or whatever, and this seems to happen more often than not, I'm just saying, from more, like, alt-right leaning accounts and, like, conservative accounts or whatever, if I say something that seems to clash with conservative politics, boy, I mean, they act way more like bitches than progressives do. At least progressives are willing to be introspective about the issues that are going on. Conservatives are the ones that are like, unsubscribe. I can't believe it. I want to. No. Conservatives get their fucking balls so in a twist, especially here in the TTRPG scene. And the moment that you bring up an issue that you're like, yeah, we're talking about dealing with some of the white supremacists that are in the scene or whatever, you get a bunch of these conservatives that are like, wow, I wish you would just stop. I wish you would just stick to video game or like talking about games or whatever. And I'm like, okay, you know what you sound like? You sound like somebody telling a woman she should smile more. All right, that is fucking creepy. No, absolutely, this stuff deserves getting called out, especially when we're talking about white supremacists that are in the TTRPG scene. This is absolutely a huge problem that's going on, and it deserves getting brought up. And if you're giving pushback to somebody that is taking a moment to step out and be brave and talk about this, because there aren't many YouTubers who will, because every time that we do, we always get these fucking Nazis showing up in our community that are like, oh yeah, you you cuck snowflake, whatever. Like, oh my god, I'm so sick of dealing with this. Yeah, Nazi gamers, fuck off. I am so sick and tired. I'm like, okay, look, I have been bashed and I have been quote unquote pseudo canceled by people that are like progressives, okay? Because we had a disagreement and they intentionally took what I said out of context to promote their own career, all right? Now, I will say I would rather deal with that shit again than deal with any of the stupid shit that all these Nazis keep throwing into the TTRPG scene. Because they're not willing. They always say that, like, oh yeah, well, free speech, and then immediately they're like, well, wait, I wish you would just stick to talking about like Dungeons and Dragons. I am talking about D&D, and I'm talking about the crazy amount of white supremacists that still seem to pervade this fucking scene, and how tired I am of all you all giving the rest of us a bad fucking name. Bad fucking name. And Ernie Gygax, please stay the fuck off my channel, or come on here, let's talk about it, and let me walk you through the reason why you got so much flack online, alright? But don't act like a coward and get into my comment sections. Ernie Gygax, and yeah, the rest of that dungeon hobby museum shop, don't just act like a troll in my comment sections. If you all want to actually talk about the reason why you guys are getting so much flack, hear me out right here. I will invite you over, have a video interview, what the hell ever. I will walk you through the reasons why people are accusing you all of being transphobic, homophobic, or what the hell ever, rather than you guys launching on some tinfoil hat conspiracy theory. And I will, 100%, I will give you guys good faith. Good faith. You will not get my good faith from so many other people that are in the TTRPG scene. I will explain to you all the reasons why people are accusing your company of being transphobic, and I will, oh, you doubt it will work? They've gone on channels before that were like 500 viewers. Either what they're going to do is they're going to come over here, and then, hey, you know what? I talk you through, I give you a chance at potentially like explaining yourselves or whatever, or I'm the guy that buries you because you decided to dig in your heels whenever someone presented everything in absolutely no unclear terms. Why people are saying what they're saying about your company. This is a big issue that's going on in the TTRPG scene. Absolutely deserves addressing. Yeah, oh no, 100%. I would love to have Ernie Gygax on and just explain to him, like, hey, here's the situation, you may disagree with it, but I want to talk you through why people have the issue that they do and why your company has been accused of being transphobic. I want to sit you down, and whether or not, like, I'm not pointing the finger at you, I'm telling you about the situations that have come up, and I will be willing to walk you through why the responses have been lackluster. And if you want to dig your heels in that you don't think that you've made a mistake, I can at least say that I went the mile of extending the good faith here, and like whatever. Or they can just not show up because who the fuck am I anyways? Yeah, whatever. But I would at least like to make that change where I'm like, you know what? Let me see what did Ernie Gygax do? He's acting like a fucking moron in my comment sections is what he's doing. He's on the Dungeon Hobby Museum account. Oh, yeah, no, I have a feeling that they would dig their heels in for sure, but I'm just hoping that, like, you know, if they wanted to talk about that, let me give you the good grace, because I don't think many people are going to right now. I'll treat you with good faith, whatever. But, like, if Ernie Gygax is going to keep acting like a troll in my comment sections, I'm just going to ban the goddamn hobby shop. But yeah, if they wanted to talk about it, I'm fine with it. But I would rather try to push back against, if they're going to keep promoting transphobic ideas, then I would at least like to give them the opportunity to, like, because I've been in the situation before where someone accuses me of being like homophobic, but it's so clear I'm not. And I'm like, can I at least get the moment to talk to you about it where I'm getting treated with good faith here? And if they say no, then I'm like, then I can't make a change there. All right. I think that this is an intentional misinterpretation. But I feel like if they're just going to keep posting up crazy shit on Facebook because they like the attention that it's getting or whatever, I mean, yeah. I'm just saying that, like, there's not too many people that I think that are in this scene that are either either the people that are equipped for this are, number one, not interested, or, like, just not willing to give them that shot or whatever, or there's people that just, they are in the scene, they're aware of the situation, but they're not sure exactly that, like, if they want to make a change about it, they're not sure that they're the best person to do so, right? Yeah, it's very aphobic of you not to give me all your content for free. Hey, all my content is for free. Except for the shit that I write. You gotta pay for that, motherfuckers. Because I'm only getting half of what I what I sell it for. Most would deflect and say they won't give them a platform, but I think it really does help people unless they make money off their opinions. The idea that, like, if you give someone a platform, you are supporting their ideas is, I think, a very, very bad take. Unless you are standing there specifically endorsing it, you are in no way, trying to promote their ideas. You can 100%, like, this is one of my favorite things I love doing. If there's somebody I disagree with, I will shut the fuck up and it's me giving you rope. I will keep feeding into, this is a fun little debate tactic, alright? I will keep feeding you rope. If I know that your idea is stupid, I'm like, cool, elaborate. Keep going, alright, cool. I will just let people, like, I won't do anything to try and refute your statement. I will just try to keep getting you to clarify it. That is me giving you rope because I realize that your argument is so dumb that you are literally just hanging yourself. Like, so, a lot of people that are, oh yeah, the Hollow Knight music. If I can tell that someone's got a bad take, I will 100% just be like, you know what, here you go. Because what you're doing right now, yeah, giving them the ammo to shoot themselves in the foot, that is doing way more. That is doing way more to further my, like, if I can realize that someone is acting fucking crazy, I don't have to refute what they're saying. I can trust that the majority of people will understand this guy's fucking cuckoo, like, you know, whatever. But what I can do is, there's another fun thing, it's called teeing off on somebody, all right? Whenever you tee off on somebody, you can clearly tell that this person is very, very mad, but they are not really capable at explaining their point very well. Or they have, if somebody, I only tee off on somebody if they've made a personal attack. Whenever they do that, I will 100% tee off on you. If I can tell that the support for your arguments is basically built on nothing but shaky ground, or maybe ad hoc attacks, or maybe you just don't even understand what the hell you're even saying. That's whenever I'm like, all right, fun. I get to fuck with your argument rather than have to refute everything you say. Those are the most fun moments, I swear. Yeah, some other content creators got to see me tee off on somebody else in a Discord, but yeah. But it's like, there's a matter of positivity, and I think that, like, I would rather see the entire D&D scene be a lot more constructive, and whenever I see that somebody is being destructive, that's whenever I'm like, dude, you are on my radar, like, you are coming into my sights. Yeah, what I will say is the number one way to get on my bad side and make you a prime tee-off target is just start pirating. You start stealing from the little guy, boy, that... Yeah. Or if you are abusing your position of power as an influencer, oh yeah, no, that's another means. Hold the line. Is there a reason to add as long as the creatures? Oh, no, there's not, because the moment that they leave. Cover already implies a few rules. You can only provide cover to a thing as long as it stays within that area. It's already covered in the rules for cover. Yeah, being destructive rather than constructive is definitely a huge issue in the scene. Tearing people down to build yourself up. Yeah, always, 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 always make sure that, like, if I see anybody that is levying an issue with somebody else and then they're using that as a means of like promoting their own content, I will always call that out. I'll be like, that is at best tacky, at worst you are intentionally throwing someone under the bus because you believe that the only way for you to get ahead, you can't stand by your own content. You have to shove somebody else down and then use that outrage to promote your own content. That is so scummy. And it's a problem that there are so many people in the TTRPG scene that do that all the time. It is disgusting. It is one of the most toxic aspects of the entire TTRPG scene. Maybe you're a small guy, but you don't mind getting pirated. I think it would be a badge of honor. No, don't let yourself fall into that trap, man. It might feel cool at first where you're like, oh yeah, they recognize me amongst all the other big guys. Yay. Nope. Don't. Oh man, I don't care if they, you know what, if they want to pirate from a company, that's whatever. Pirating from little dudes, don't do this. Don't yourself be like, oh, I don't mind. I would just give this stuff out for free. Then give it out for free. At least you control it. No, this is a way I make money, dude. This is a way that I pay my bills. You know, some people are like, oh, you know, I'm a little guy. You could be bigger. You could be bigger. Debate bros for a reason, bag arguments are Wait, what? Hang on. You're a little concerned that I'm possibly falling into the alt-right's traps? What? Don't. Are you kidding me? No. I'm 32. Trust me, I can recognize all these alt-right like, dude, campaigned for Bernie Sanders 8 years in a row. Trust me. You can see the all, like, I'm not a political channel here, but I watch a lot of oh boy. All right, I'm subscribed to Democracy Now. Watch their videos every morning. Basically, whenever I wake up, get my coffee, bam. I watch plenty of different debate, whatever. No, I trust me, I'm not about to get indoctrinated into the alt-right or anything like that. And I'm not about to invite a bunch of those dudes on here. No, the reason why I would invite Ernie Gygax or like anyone from the Dungeon Hobby Shop or whatever is because those guys are all fucking doo-doo brain. Like fucking nothing but putty soft brain. They would either come on here and prove themselves to be absolute fucking idiots, in which case I just keep giving them rope, or they come on here and we have an actual discussion that causes change, and for this new TSR or whatever to actually release a statement saying that, like, you know what, trans rights are human rights. We're now understand, rather than cause a conflict constantly in the TTRPG scene, which they seem to be doing anyways, whether or not I step in. We could have somebody making an actual change that starts making cool shit if they only come to understand why people have a problem with what they said. A lot of the people that are also expressing why they had a problem with what the Ernie Gygax said aren't doing a great job at explaining to Ernie Gygax why there's a problem with the way that they are just not making a statement. Because they have made a statement, or Ernie expressed himself in a way. Oh, cool. Ernie made a statement that was able to be Ernie made a statement that allowed people to interpret it, whether he meant it or not, as a homophobic and transphobic statement. Now, from there you say, okay, let's explain why. Sit with me here for a second. Now, the fact that over the year that this has gone on, he has not been willing to say that he believes trans rights are human rights. If you screw up and you need, like, if you screw up and you're misinterpreted, it is on you to clarify it. To say, like, okay, well, here's the problem. People believe that now you don't believe that trans rights are human rights. All right? So let's talk about that. Do you stand by the idea? Oh, okay, no, wait, hang on. would you support the idea that you believe that trans people deserve the rights to use public bathrooms, whatever, the right to basic health care? If you say no to this, then you are transphobic, and you must either own up to that or say, no, you know what, trans rights are human rights. We absolutely stand by these ideals. We were misinterpreted, and I think it's on us to own up to that. And in the future, we're going to be a lot more careful about that and whatever. The fact that they will not make that statement absolutely is the reason why they're getting flack, okay? Now, it's not a political statement. This is an ethical. This is a moral statement, all right? And yes, you are completely, and the world is completely within their rights not to support a company because they believe that the creators have held some pretty transphobic ideas. It's not a political statement for you to say, I believe that transgender people should have the same rights as you or me. Whatever. It's not a political statement to say that, and I'm so sick and tired of people saying all this shit. No, it's that we need to be pushing back. And if you don't like getting involved with the politics of it, I'm sorry, it's happening, all right? Like, we have this form of escapism or whatever, but we're not at a point right now where you can just avoid politics and never talk about it. You've got to be aware of what's happening right now. So whether or not you do or don't like talking about it, it doesn't really matter. You're going to be forced to talk about it at some point or another. You can't just live in this idea of like, I just want to only think about video games for the rest of my life. The world's changing. Wake the fuck up. See what's happening and get informed. Stay informed. And if you want to see a change happen, please go vote. All that good stuff. Yeah. Yeah, sometimes politics is forced on you or you don't get to have politics. Yes. These things need to be discussed. Yes, 100%. Do I think that all would be well if they immediately made that apologetic statement? Apologizing doesn't work well on the internet. If people are not, okay, they deserve any flack that they're going to get, and people don't have to forgive them. Just because you apologize doesn't mean that people have to forgive you, okay? At least you're you're taking the step of saying, yep, we screwed up. Here's what we got to say. Now, whether or not people will or will not forgive them, of course there are going to be people that don't forgive them. There are plenty of people that do not actually want to forgive anybody because they do not want to actually like anything. There are people who are miserable sacks of shit who they want to stay mad. They want to stay mad because it makes their life interesting, okay? Those are people that you just have to not really care about whether or not they're upset with you. There is a point of what I will say is like rational anger where I'm like, yeah, okay, there's probably some steps that I should take towards, like making this right here. But then there are people who you can absolutely 100% realize, and hey, I've been on the other side of these people's gun, all right? Who you can absolutely realize this person just wants to have a martyr or they want to be a martyr for some reason or another. They are not willing to, this person actually gets the fuck off on throwing somebody else, like flaying them in the streets, dragging their name through the mud. At that point, if you're in that person's sights, what I would recommend there is evaluate exactly how damaging it's becoming to your career, your workspace, or your own personal feeling of safety, and consider maybe lawyering up. But yeah, if the reason why, like, the reason why Ernie Gygax and all those other guys are getting all the flack that they're getting is because they are so, they think that they're getting censored or whatever. They think that they're getting censored for like freedom of speech or whatever, but they're not. They're just getting held accountable for saying some stupid shit. Freedom of speech does not protect you from public criticism for saying some stupid shit. Like, oh my god. Oh, it's so fucking, that could get clipped out. Hang on. sec. You go for like 30 minutes and you feel like you missed the discussion. Yeah, kind of. I've been having to deal with Gygax in the comment sections of some of my videos, or at least one of them I know for sure, where you came in on some spies. Yeah, it's just I'm getting real sick and tired, especially after it seemed like with the Roe v. Wade. With the Roe v. Wade decision that came down, it seems like a lot of these fucking alt-writers are out here now harassing they're harassing female content creators, or at least female presenting content creators, transgender content creators, and here, a reason why I'm personally a little bit pissed about this, well, I guess I feel a little bit more, it hit close to home, was, there is a person in Oklahoma City who was threatened by was threatened at a pride gathering by one of these stupid ass fucking Oklahoma rednecks that said, "I can't wait until I get to hunt you down." So whenever I've been talking about, I want to move the fuck out of Oklahoma, shit like this is the reason why. I'm feeling pretty pissed here lately about the way that my state seems to treat people and all that. Yeah. The way that, you know, it's, well, no, it's an actual, I mean, yes, but it's a terroristic threat. And yeah, we have a governor here that is like in support, or at least they are standing by. Well, how do I put it? I say standing by. They're not doing anything about it. If anything, it seems like they are working in a way towards that becoming the actual, like, truth, right? Where was it? I mean, it was public on TikTok, so, hang on. Yeah. Where was it? Oh god, they put out like 1 million TikToks a day. Okay. I won't really super harp on this because I mean, yeah, I've got other stuff I want to do with the stream, but this TikTok in particular, if you want to see the TikTok, it's system period the period band period 2. This is a person who was at a pride event, and it was in Oklahoma City, which is legitimately only about like an hour and a half away from me. But this is the kind of shit that I hear all the time living in Oklahoma, and I'm so sick of it here. This person was told at a pride event by an Oklahoman that they can't wait until they can hunt them down. So I'm pretty much convinced that at this point, if I'm not getting out of Oklahoma right now, I'm going to wind up getting shot by the time I'm 50 because I'm a Democrat. Like, that's what I'm legitimately thinking, you know, that the governor is going to support some kind of bill that allows people to just, like, straight up start taking out Democrats. So, yeah. And it's no longer this idea of like, oh, you're being paranoid or whatever. It's actually happening, guys. Like, this is for real, a world that we're living in right now. It's time to wake up, see what the hell's going on, keep yourself informed, all that good business. Because, boy, we're heading for a dark time if you don't. Here are the options you can choose from a third level. So you just say third level, okay. Political polarization. It's happening whether or not you want to have that discussion or not, like, for real. Is there going to be an opportunity to buy these new classes? You're making it a bundle of some sort? Maybe later on. Potentially. Yeah, politics is going to happen to you whether or not you like it. It's no longer being polarizing. Yeah, moved to Mexico. Oh, man. where you should move. Like, that's the deal. We're gonna see a mass migration from the U.S. We will. 100% we will. Yeah, this bad boy can hold so many U.S. refugees. No, for real. Here in the South, if you are a left-leaning individual, LGBT, or a person of color, the state is not on your side. Like, the government is not working to help you out here anymore. Or really, realistically, it hasn't for quite a bit. But yeah. So yes, there are plenty of Americans right now that are considering leaving the country. Trans woman was murdered a town over. This is in Vermont. Yeah, it's happening, and these people are like, it has happened in the past and everything, but we're seeing it happen a lot more brazenly, where people feel fine, like they feel safe going up and making terroristic threats to people that are just simply different than them. I had people that tried to, like, no one's really tried to start a fight with me, but people have definitely been like oddly hostile just because I wear an eye patch. I'm just like, dude, legitimately have never talked to you. I don't get why you're acting like that. If you are different and you live in Oklahoma, this state is really not welcoming to you if you are anything other than white and redneck. Middle class, redneck. Even rich people have a hard time here. Like, as weird as that sounds, rich people actually, like, as somebody that taught at a private Catholic school that charged $16,000 a semester to go there, I would hear stories all the time about rich kids getting targeted by some of the poorer kids that are in, like, some of the more rural areas here in Oklahoma. Whenever we would play football games against some of the like lower income cities and schools and stuff, they would intentionally try to target our the private school kids to break collars, to break legs, whatever they could. Hey Valkyrie, thank you so much for the follow. It's if you are anything other than a white Republican, a straight white Republican of middle to low income in Oklahoma, this state is not working for you. The state will not defend you, and most likely 90% of this state hates you, and it's what sucks about living here. It really does. At least move for now. Yeah. So yeah, like whether or not you like it, the world is no longer a place where you can stay. The world is no longer a place where you can just stay ignorant or unwilling to engage in political activity. Where you got to either stand up for yourself or some other people here, and that if you don't, the world's just going to kick you down. So yeah, try to act proactively here. This can all be. Oh yeah. Okay. This is the funny, this right here is the funny, like, Reinhardt mechanic. Yeah, that is growing up, learning you need to understand politics. Yep. I think it is a very immature decision to say that, like, I'm choosing not to get involved with politics. No, that's acting like a child. You have to, at some point or another, just like you have to pay your taxes, you've got to understand and form a political opinion. You're not really being given an option here. If you're choosing to just not engage with it, you may. Hey, Dragon Pulp, thank you so much for the subscription. Yeah, speaking of standing up for others and getting the crap beaten out of the Vanguard, yeah. So yes, just what I'm saying. don't be assholes to people. You're also not being a, like, woke or what the hell ever people want to say, just because you want to discuss issues that are going on in the world. I have a platform, okay? I recognize that I am becoming something of an influencer, so it's also important that if I don't make a statement on it, or I don't clearly detail what my opinions are, people will give me pushback for that anyways, either ways. It's also important that I make it very clear that I don't want that shit in my community where people are coming over here and spouting some hateful, bigoted shit, right? Or abusive shit towards your own audience members. Okay, so, yes. So, on the other hand, anxiety is not activism. Yes, I don't think doomerism is the great way to go with it. I'm not saying be doomer about it or anything like that. I'm saying the issue is whenever people are critical on content creators because they do make a statement of some kind or another, just because they're like, oh, you don't need to, what are you talking about, whatever. No, this is happening to everybody out there. If you're upset that content creators are speaking out or making a statement about, like, okay, what's going on right now, not great and whatever, no, we're not being given a choice anymore. We have to engage with the political landscape out there, because the world that's getting created for us is not one that we think is one that will allow us to voice an opinion in anymore. So yes. Now, woo! I'm surprised we basically stayed up around 60 viewers around all that. Now that it's, I guess, painfully clear, I've gotten that off my chest. Yeah, Arnie Gygax, you want to talk? Fucking let's talk. All right. Now, let's actually talk. Not you come into my comment sections and troll people. All right. Oh, well, is a trans person from Chile, thankful that the creator of a hobby you follow is a decent human being. I appreciate that. Yeah, speak up while you can. That's the idea. Okay, now, woo! On this class, it is still hot in here. If my AC is broken again, man, let me go see if my AC is even on. One sec. Jeez. All right. Taking that off because, whoa, man. All right. Now, that was Amanda and I were probably gonna go out to dinner later on. Wait. Okay. Woo. You're a trans person from Paraguay. You appreciate. Oh, thank you. I think you're YouTube analytics and you're in Taiwan. Yeah, that was another thing that really, really meant a lot, was hearing the response from, like, the trans community about how much they love the dancer and how that just the class really, I guess I should just say, this kind of like resonated with, you know, the trans community, and brought in a lot of people, like, into the community that way. Yeah, thank you all a lot. Yeah, it really does mean a lot. Suffers with a little heat. 3 Lucinos here. It's whenever I'm inside and I've got a whole bunch of lights and stuff on me right here, and I've got this big ass hot computer. Yeah, it starts to cook. So, okay. Now, on the class, There we go. Inari Sami here for what it's worth. Where is that? Inari Sami? Sami? Inari. How are we doing? Oh, Finland. Huh. Never heard of that before. Okay. Hey, 8,101 subs. Yeah, the Wizards of the Coast video is taking off. Really taking off. Seems like the algorithm is pretty happy with that one. Which, like, hey, you know what? I put so much goddamn work into a video that, like, you know, a fifth of my subscriber base will pay attention to. And then I'm like, okay, let me talk about actual issues that are going on right now, or like my personal opinions about the game. And then it takes off. And then I get people that are like, man, why you make a video like that? Just keep making guides. And I'm like, motherfucker, the people come out and watch the videos where I'm like talking about issues that are going on. Like, I'm like, I don't know, go find someone the fuck else. I don't. It's like, I swear, I'll get, like, for every 2 subs that leave over a video like that, like, oh my god, it's like, I'll get 100 more. And I'm like, what? Like, I don't know, you're in the, I guess you're in the, I'm just so much happier whenever I make a video like that, where I'm like, yeah, let me air something out right now, a personal opinion, and then people are like, yeah, like, hey, you got some, like, ideas here. I agree with that. I'll give you a sub. Just, oh my god, I'm so much happier with, like, yeah. Negativity sells online? I don't even think I was being negative. I think I was being critical. Like, for real. I don't actually think I was being negative in that video. I'm trying to recall a moment where I felt like, no, I was being, how do I put it? No, I will stand by the idea that I think during that entire video, I was being constructive. Because, or I was at least being critical, not negative. The title looked negative, that's the key. Does it? We're tired of fixing your game? No, we are. Yeah, no, it's inarguable. D&D 5e has big issues. Wait, let me look at the actual, if I'm recalling the title. Has Dungeons and Dragons 5e failed DMs? Yeah. Also, if I don't title it in the form of a question, sometimes people just don't engage. Like, pretty often. You can be negative and correct. It would be dishonest not to title it like, that. Wait, you mean the way that I titled it, or? I was trying to see. I mean, for sure, if you guys have criticism, I'm happy to hear it. Like, I'm all for, like, you know, improving the content and whatnot. I just don't think that I did anything personally that was, yeah. Negativism would be like, stop playing D&D 5e or something. Yeah. Would I create my own, maybe with a team TTRPG? I don't know. I guess I could. If I mean, I would, if, like, I felt the compulsion to, you know. I just don't really feel the need to. I'm fine with working in the 5e system. You do remember Jenny D noted that negative video titles drive more engagement than positive, so what can you do? Yeah, I mean, and I don't, what I won't do is clickbait. I won't, if I'm going to say something in the title, it will be relevant discussion in the video, right? Some of the reasons why, like, I may have sat down to film a video and then didn't put it out was because I was like, either I don't really know what I'm adding to the conversation, or like, it didn't, how do I, it already seemed like someone else had covered it or something, I guess. I don't know. I just try not to be negative in a video anymore. Like, I really, really try not to. It's not a criticism. You sounded surprised about the video's success, but you said yourself that perceived negativity drives engagement. I guess I may have said that. I don't know about the first. Because then that would make me feel a little bit more like dishonesty with it, you know. I don't think I was being negative as much as, okay, no wait, that's not what you're critiquing. You're critiquing that the people will assume from the thumbnail in the video that I have negative opinions within the video. I think that that's right? Because that, okay, that's fair. Yeah, okay, I can see that being a fair critique of the way that that's kind of put out there. I will say I stand by the thought of, I do think that in the video I do pretty concisely say I do believe that Wizards of the Coast has failed DMs, and I feel like that's relevant, and I feel like that is a critique. And from the thumbnail saying we're tired of fixing your game, I also stand by that. But I don't. The problem with me, it wouldn't necessarily be if people think that I'm being negative, whatever. It's if people think that they're being misled that I would have an issue with. Which I think I was very, very on point with all that. I'm not saying like Wizards of the Coast, you need to fire whoever. What the fuck? No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is like I really, really wish like they would get, yeah. It was a great video and it made you think about how much work you've had to put into your campaign. Well, I appreciate it. To say, quote, finally, the truth, and people who disagree tune in to tell you you're wrong. Yeah, that's fair. Shields, oh my. Thank you so much for the $5, Raid. I do think that it's all pretty clear and consistent. Yes, I do think it's pretty clear, but, I do take any critiques seriously. I do. If people are being critical of the content I'm putting out, then like I'd like to hear it out and kind of consider as to whether or not it's the kind of content I want to be putting out, right? Because the moment that I'm like, I'm not making any mistakes here, I'm fine, then that's whenever I'm like, I probably fucked something up. Like, oh man. So, okay. On this class, I think I got rid of that 4th level thing, right? Yeah. You only ever played D&D 5e, so you assume that all TTRPGs require a mountain of work? No, some of them you can play within literally 5 minutes. Easy. One of my favorite ones, and I think is like incredibly deceptively simple, is a game called Dread. Oh yeah, and I don't want to like. Where's that? Yeah, this one's completely free as well. I mean, if you have a Jenga tower, then you can get Dread for free. Like, okay, you can be playing Dread for free is what I mean. Jesus. Oh, oh man, they made a custom Dread tower. Cool. Okay, so Dread is a horror TTRPG. And it has a great system. Let me find the video and mute it. Okay. So basically what you're supposed to do is if you're taking actions in Dread that are, you're influencing the story or whatever, or let's say that something dangerous is happening to your character, the way that they simulate anxiety in Dread is that there's a Jenga tower on the table. And if you're taking an action that is risky or what the hell ever, you're supposed to be pulling a block from the tower, right? So let's get to, yeah. So if you pull the block and the tower falls, your character dies. Like whatever happened, the reason for you pulling the thing out means character death. And so then whenever that happens, that player is then eliminated from the story, and then it moves on to, whatever. So it's not meant for a very, very long form campaign. These are meant to tell short, cool horror stories, which is very, very cool. Your character, you have a character sheet and all that stuff that gives you some little minor perks, but legitimately, like, your character could make it through to the entire end of the story, right? The DM per se has a limited amount of, there is a campaign that does have a definite ending, right? And it could be that, like, you do make it through the end of the story and your character makes it out alive, which is cool. I like that idea quite a bit. Dread, it's available for free. Let me look up some of the, like, cool Dread. So some people have, like, custom made Jenga towers for Dread. Yeah, where they're like, just making sure. Yeah, like bloody Jenga towers. But yeah, if you're interested in a pretty cool, easy rules light, ooh, that is slick. Oh, that is so cool. Oh, I love that. Yeah, if you're interested in a very, very rules light type of TTRPG, Dread is, oh man, especially if you're into horror games. Yeah, I will say, for those of you that are interested in, I guess, following along, why don't I? Yes, it was featured on Geek and Sundry. Yeah, and it's also for free. Also for free. There are a few I'm actually checking out right now, but there's two I actually ordered that Dread's one of your favorite to run for people who have never played a TTRPG before. It is a pretty cool concept, I'm not gonna lie. So for those of you that have been like, hey Taron, why don't you go and apply at like X Game Studio? Why don't you work on whatever? I actually just submitted my resume to another game company who makes a game that I think is pretty fucking cool, and I see a lot of future going on for that company. I think that I have quite a lot that I can contribute. And yeah, so I submitted a resume today to Renegade Studios, the guys who make Kids on Bikes and Vampire the Masquerade and Alice is Missing. So I saw that they're looking at, there's several positions that they have opened up right now that I feel like I could pretty easily pop into. I also, like, I've been wanting to run Kids on Bikes now for over a month. That looks like a TTRPG that I would be super, super down for. And also my other players. So, anyways, I applied over there. I did see some of the layout that they've got so far. I think that they've got a great art style, but their general typography could, use a facelift. But yeah, if they're also looking at, they need more game designers and everything, I'd be super happy to step in on that. Alice is Missing. It is a completely silent TTRPG. It actually just got a movie deal. Hang on a sec. Yeah. So this is one I have not played, but I know for sure that people are extremely interested in it right now. Yeah, the game is played live and without verbal communication. The players inhabit their character for the entirety of the 90-minute play session and instead of speaking, send text messages back and forth so the other characters in a group chat, as well as individually, as though they aren't in the same place together. Hauntingly beautiful, deeply personal. Oh, let me just show you guys hauntingly beautiful, deeply personal, and highly innovative. Alice is Missing puts a strong focus on the emotional engagement between players, immersing them in a tense, dramatic mystery that unfolds organically through the text messages they send to one another. It's more of a mystery kind of a, if you played the game if you played Life is Strange, it's got a bit of that vibe. But yeah, you are, this is a TTRPG that basically you don't talk. You are texting throughout the entire thing, right? It's a really cool concept. You clicked on this for D&D and you don't see the D&D. Well, you clicked on this for me is what you're clicking on it for. Kids on bikes. My live streams, I do what the hell ever. Okay. So kids on bikes. And this is Stranger Things in TTRPG. 100%. Kids on Bikes is a genre of horror that, like, it's a bunch of kids in a small town and they are investigating some big horrific situation, right? Kids on Bikes, you choose your own destiny in the storytelling rules light tabletop role-playing game where the adventure is a bike ride away. Kids on Bikes is a collaborative world-building RPG set in small towns with big mysteries. Written and created by game designers John Gilmore, Dead of Winter, Atari Centipede / Mystical Man / Asteroids, and Doug Lewandowski, the Gothic Horror 7 Minutes in Hell, where players take on the roles of small-town heroes facing big adventure. Players can even incorporate a community-controlled powered character in the game. So, very clearly, hey, you've got 11 also alongside you, right? Similar to Tales from the Loop, I'm not super familiar with that one. But, yeah, like 8mm Stranger Things Goonies, yes. Yep. I applied for a position with that studio. If they're looking for layout help or game design help, oh god, I'd be so down to work on Kids on Bikes. That sounds like such a cool, sick system. As much as I love high fantasy, I will definitely admit that, like, I feel like I probably work my best. I work my best if I'm not stuck to one specific genre. If I'm allowed to, like, kind of branch out and do whatever. If I was with a studio that I was like, yeah, we could do this, I'd be interested in talking to you about 5th edition products. So. I'm just shaking, we're doing pretty good. Pretty good. We actually have what I feel like is a pretty significant core. Do I ever make homebrew for other systems? No, I have not. The Vanguard is a big, meaty tank. You are a big tank. You hit with shields. You hit shields hard. Oh, ooga booga. Yes. But no, I haven't made homebrew for other systems. I'm just not really interested in, like... I mean, okay, if someone was like, we want to convert your thing over to Pathfinder 2nd Edition, I'd be fine with that. Like, yeah. I'd be fine taking the time to kind of work with that. Yeah, shield as person, yes. Oh, man. Okay. Now... There are a couple things going on with the Sentinel that I'm kind of thinking of right now. Okay, so the core. Let me see real quick here. Is there a Captain America feature yet? No. So from the core, I've walked you guys through at this point right now. It makes sense what it's supposed to do, right? Like, those of you that have been in here for a second, up until 3rd level, you understand what's happening with it. Like, this Core 3 loadout, I don't know that this is super necessary. Yeah, that's a passive bonus. Yeah, that's also pretty nice. Anything medium or smaller first? With the giant UA, can't you make Captain America a halfling Vanguard? What? What? I also don't expect to see the giant UA make it into an official book. There were too many hiccups going on with the subclasses that they designed, and I think that Wizards got some flack for a little bit of copy paste. So yeah. Can't you throw a halfling Vanguard like Captain America's shield? If you wanted to, I guess. Wait. Oh, wait, what? Ooh, wait, what? We got a... Hold up. No shot. Ooh, interesting. Sorry, I was just double checking. Oh, no wonder. Okay, Hunter's Entertainment is the one that is developing Kids on Bikes. Renegade is the one that is publishing it. Okay, and then Hunter's is... Okay, interesting. Wait, did we get raided? Oh, crap. What'd I miss? Who just raided? Anybody see? Oh, man, I'm so sorry. I was distracted looking at something over on another... Anybody, help. Was it Cinder Block Sally? Oh, thank you so much for the raid. Hope you guys are having a great night and had a fun stream. Sorry, I didn't see the... Oh, thank you. Okay, so right now, I think the first 3 levels makes quite a bit of sense. Oh, cool. What were you making a subclass for? Oh. God, this soundtrack is so good. Xenomorph monk and a beholder wizard. Nice. Oh man. So does the xenomorph monk get like an acid spin attack, or like trying to help players feel more like monsters? I'm glad someone else is into the same concept. Yeah. Yeah, last month I actually did as a Patreon exclusive, making a mimic race for players and all that. But yeah. Oh, cool. The giant barb is your favorite part of the UA because of the mobility, utility / throwing. I expect that out of that UA, the only one that we will see, maybe even close to what we originally saw, is going to be the Barbarian. The Druid came out to resoundingly reactions. The chest burst when it gets acid blood. Oh, that's great. Oh man, I'm all here for the body horror. The you made a mimic rogue, so yeah. So hang on a sec. Yeah, my Patreon exclusives, I always do a design. Or at least I'm doing one. Yeah, every month now. Where is? Yeah, so this last month was the it's me and my artist. I'm working with Maxwell Polikoff. Yeah, so I made this mimic race for my Patreon sponsors. And every month they always get, you know, I always commission Maxwell for new art, and this was just adorable. I love this mimic so much. But yeah. So just a way for you to be able to get the kind of loadout of a mimic and level up into being able to make that, yeah. That art, yeah. Maxwell is like my channel artist now. Go to him for whatever I need. And most recently, my alchemist class is over on the DM's Guild right now. Maxwell just absolutely killed it on this thing. Yeah. So, that cover. And then I still think my favorite is the Fulminaire. I love the animator so much. Like, I love this quirky, yeah. Just he just brought so much character into this thing. I love the Fulminaire. Oh, this Fulminaire artwork is so good. Yeah, I have an idea of like the kind of fantasy I love to tell, and the kind of fantasy I'm kind of writing for. And once I had developed my own trade dress and everything, and I found Maxwell, I was like, yep, all right, this is it. This is everything I want. So I've already got him on 2 commissions for this upcoming month. But yeah, Maxwell Polikoff, go check him out. Like 80s fantasy comics, yeah. I know, it's I love the feeling that it's slightly vintage but not dated. Oh yeah. Mimic Vanguard become the shield. Okay. So on this one, like I said, the main issue with why we can't tank in this game, the main reason why tanking does not feel good in D&D 5e is because as a tabletop game where people are shifting and taking turns, it does not allow you to be tanking is in itself a very reactive thing that you do in a game. If an attack occurs, you have to be able to use your reaction to intercede on it. The reason why tanking in 5e has not felt good is because Wizards of the Coast mostly thinks that we want to do nothing but draw aggro as a form of tanking. And I think that that's a that's a misconception that unfortunately games like World of Warcraft have kind of injected into fantasy combat. Now, I also, as I'm kind of thinking about it, there's not really a whole lot of great tanks in JRPGs. There's definitely characters that have a lot of hit points, but like in terms of like somebody that's actually tanking, it's just not really a thing, is it? Like, in what Final Fantasy game can we point to a hard, only attack me kind of a tank? I'm like really trying to think of any. Has there been one? I just don't think that it's an archetype that like JRPGs were kind of built to support. I think they could, but like You don't play Final Fantasy? Oh man, I love Final Fantasy. Like, I love some Final Fantasies. Yeah. A lot of action economy would sacrificing a bonus action to react be a choice to make, or attack versus directly protect. Wait, what? A lot of would sacrificing a bonus action or action to react be a choice to make, to attack directly versus protect? I guess with Sentinel, for an extra reaction, Seven's the only one you've been tempted to because of Chrono Trigger. I would honestly say, if you're going to get started playing Final Fantasies, if you want a good entry to like what Final Fantasy has to offer, I wouldn't actually start out with 7. I would start out with 10. Yeah, the mark of a true Final Fantasy fan. I love some of the Final Fantasy games. Yeah. Yeah, I would say start out with 10, and see if you like the JRPG format. 10 is very, very easy to get into. The magic system does not require a whole lot of big understanding about, like, you know, what all is happening with it. 7 is great for the storyline, but materia managing, I think, to somebody that's not really understanding kind of what's happening with the game, your first time that you're playing that game, you're going to get on materia and think that you need a goddamn, like, physics degree to understand what's happening with the magic system. It is simple, but to a new player, it can be a little bit overwhelming. However, with like Final Fantasy X, pretty easy to just plop in and play. Plus, like, it's also very customizable, and like, yeah, I love some of the stars. Yeah. Yeah, I would say easiest to like sit down and play with Final Fantasy games. It's like start out with 10. If you really like 10, I don't even know that I would recommend 9 quite yet. Like, 9 is good, but God, honestly, it just didn't really totally click for me. I like the like more, you know, classic kind of fantasy setting that they went in for it, but like the character designs in 9 just the more that they look like little babies, the less I'm gonna get into it. Like, I personally, I know that this is kind of blasphemy to some people, but like, I personally thought 8 was better than 9. I think that there are going to be some people that just dunk on me so hard for that. I could not, I just really, I tried with 9. It just wasn't really clicking for me. 7 though. 7 definitely had my favorite story out of any Final Fantasy I've experienced. The Monster Hunter with a huge shield and lance. Yeah, we won't have a lance, but yes, you're supposed to be big shield. Yeah. The characters in 8 just don't resonate. I thought that Zell was super obnoxious for sure. Final Fantasy tangent? Oh god. I don't know about a full Final Fantasy tangent. Oh wait. Hold on. Alright, can we do this? How quick? Oh, nice. Yeah, that's pretty simple. Okay, can we... Ooh, okay. I'd only rate the ones that I actually played. Yeah, alright, we'll knock this one out real quick. Do we start it in some kind of order? Okay, I'll go... Okay, there's ones that I haven't played. Alright. I got a little bit into 6. I haven't played enough of it to really evaluate it quite yet, but I know that some people think that this is just like the god tier greatest like JRPG ever. Absolutely no design will happen in the stream? Yes, it will. Hush. Now. Oh yeah, Kyros. Yeah, Kyros and Ward. Now, let me put the ones I have not played down in here. Y'all relax. That is 11. Okay, God, I'm not into MMOs. 13. What? What? Wait, they made a third Final Fantasy 13? Okay, I didn't play it. I didn't play 13 too. Is this 1? I haven't played 1. And okay, no, I haven't played 2 either. Okay, so despite me putting like over half the list down in here, I promise you I'm a Final Fantasy fan. I'm just a later series fan. All right. Is that okay? I don't know what that's in reference to. 13 was another MOBA. No, was that 14? Yeah, 14's a MOBA, right? Haven't played Final Fantasy. Yeah, no, I haven't played Final Fantasy 4. Okay, cool. So this is just by my overall enjoyment of the story and I guess actually the play experience as well. Starting from the earliest one I think I have on this list is 7. This one's God tier. This is my favorite story that has ever been put into a Final Fantasy game. The fact that they went for a more modern setting was, as funny as this sounds, it was actually revolutionary at the time. Final Fantasy 7, with most RPGs typically taking place as like a sword and board kind of fantasy, Final Fantasy 7 came along and like not only introduced one of the most interesting magic systems of any video game ever created, introduced one of the most compelling stories with one of the most compelling casts ever. There's a reason why Sephiroth and Cloud are some of the most iconic like rivals in any video game whatsoever. Great messages all throughout. I think that like it manages to also be a bit more adult without being too adult in a way. This is like a perfect teen rated game. God, I love Final Fantasy 7. I still every once in a while, like maybe once every 5 years, will boot it up just to be like, yeah, I can do that again. A fucking great game. Final Fantasy 8. Okay. You know, I think the placement of some other Final Fantasies, some of the other games, might actually impact what I think about this one. Let me kind of move on from there real quick. Now, as I said, personal enjoyment here. I know that there are a lot of people that love Final Fantasy IX and think that this is just like, oh, the greatest JRPG of all time. Adore it, whatever. Final Fantasy IX for me is just kind of a B. Not a big fan of the art style, not a big fan of the character designs. I could not really get into the story. I think that the magic system is pretty just basic, like, you know. I do like the way that the equipment worked, where you can learn abilities based off of what you equip. Pretty sick. The uncontrollable limit breaks was pretty obnoxious to deal with. And the trance state or whatever that's called. You left for ice cream and came back to your list. Yeah, welcome. So yeah, I still cannot remember like the majority of the conflict. I know that there's kingdoms at war. Great. There's I thought it was okay at best. The story just didn't super click with me. Okay. Final Fantasy 14. Hated it. I played this MOBA. I've tried playing it 2 or 3 times. Maybe just it's not a MOBA, MMO. One sec. Now, just because it's an MMO and I don't personally dig that, that's the reason why it's got to go down here. You might consider that a bias, but yeah. I cannot deal with the MMO playstyle of just, I'm going to go fetch the thing, bring the thing back, and that's how I'm going to waste the next 8 hours of my life. Yeah, oh, God. Yeah, it takes too much time to finally get hooked. And it feels like no matter what, I still cannot comprehend what the hell is happening in that game. It feels like I have to navigate, like... Oh, hey.
Hello.
What's up?
Just got home from work.
I'm on live stream.
Oh, hello, everyone.
You scared me.
Oh, I didn't mean to scare you. Hello, chat.
7 earns the feeling of loose, very consistent theme. Loss of family, identity, body, mind, all that. Yeah. Oh, yeah, he's ready to go potty. Hello! Okay, so... from there, Final Fantasy 15. I would put this up here with NB as well. I would probably rather play Final Fantasy 15 again. I didn't beat this one because I found the whole the party obnoxious. Couldn't really stick with it. Core games. Hey. Final Fantasy 15. Like, I didn't get why you're basically just playing as a Avenged Sevenfold going through this fantasy setting. No, have you seen the party for Final Fantasy 15?
Is that the one where
You're in a fucking car?
Roxas and stuff came from?
Is it?
I don't know. I just know that some of the Final Fantasy people were like in some of the like gothy looking ones.
Yes.
Were in Kingdom Hearts.
Oh, were they?
Yeah.
I do. Okay.
They don't look familiar to me. Oh, maybe.
Yeah, and there's weird like the side hobby thing that they did. Like,
What is wrong?
this game has gotten memed on pretty damn hard over time.
Will you look and see which Final Fantasy the Kingdom Hearts people are from?
Which one?
I think it's the second one.
Roxas. Huh. Wait, is this character actually from a Final Fantasy game, or is this just a Kingdom Hearts character that they developed?
I don't know. I thought there was.
No, it's just Kingdom Hearts.
Oh, okay. Well, I thought some of them were from Final Fantasy.
No, they, Frat Boy Road Trip, the game. Oh my God, yes, no, 100%. Final Fantasy 15. Oh, 16 looks sick. I am absolutely down to play 16. He's an OC from Kingdom Hearts.
Gotcha. Gotcha. Oh, okay.
So, Final Fantasy 15, I just wasn't really down for. Like, it seemed like it was almost like a GTA game in a way. And, getting into the conflict, the blend of, like, modern with, like, kind of classic fantasy, absolutely. Cool. Super here for that. But, like, I just don't think that this is it. It's a no for me, dog. Members haven't made an appearance. There's 7-10 and the world ends with you characters, though. I'm
gonna go chill and play Minecraft.
Okay.
You guys have fun.
Alrighty, we will.
Later, nerds.
8. I will do this. I may have liked 8 more than 9, but I don't know that I'm willing to say that, like, 8 is objectively a better game than 9. In fact, I'm pretty sure that I would be really wrong in saying that. I think that 8... I generally had a pretty good time playing 8. I've played it 3 or 4 times. I thought that the junction system was really cool, except for the fact of you can absolutely get game-breakingly overpowered within, like, an hour of playing the game. And it's not like it takes a whole lot of grinding to do. Just going to that beach over there by Balam Garden, and by knowing what the junction system does, and working with draw to just basically non-stop keep drawing spells from creatures, you don't even have to, like, power grind or level up, really. If you do that with, like, the water, I think it's like the water spell or whatever, and junction that, your characters become game-endingly powerful incredibly quick. I like Final Fantasy VIII for the world it was trying to build. I thought the conflict was kind of interesting, if not a little bit confusing, but it did have that, like, teen angsty romance story that, like, it was alright. It was okay. Like, I don't want to seem like a fuddy-duddy about it or anything, but it just... the trains were cool, alright? The trains were cool, I will admit. This is about the kind of level of fantasy that I think, like, if I was to really sit down and grind out, like, my idea of a world building my own fantasy world, I think I would probably go for a level of tech that was probably present in a game like Final Fantasy VIII. I do actually like the measure of magic versus tech in that world. So, but I will say, Squall, not a great main character. Cypher, just, I don't get why he's there. Zelt, I don't like most of the cast. Quistis, Selfie, great. Irvine is just an obnoxious horn dog. Do I like much of anybody in that cast? Renoa's okay, but she's just kind of there to be like the, oh no, save me! Like, yeah. She kind of suffers a lot from being made to be some like ideal princess to save, right? And, God, I don't even know that she really, like, it's, yeah, I don't know. Oh yes, okay, that's Final Fantasy VIII's biggest sin, okay? Is the fact that whenever you are leveling up, the monsters scale up with you. Yeah, okay. That gets to be to the point of, like, you don't really feel quite like you're leveling up. However, because of the junction system, you're still game-breakingly broken. And to the point of, because those other monsters are still that high up, if you know how to abuse it right, you can... Okay, so one of the areas I'll point to real quick, hang on. There's two areas on the world map that, like, if you know about these early on, you break the game. Absolutely break the game. And then by the time that, like, that's all kind of wrapped up... Wait. Okay, so that's where they're at over here. Right? Yes? Okay. Maybe this map will help. Just give me the... yeah. Okay. So, and I know, stick with me here. Alright. There's two areas in Final Fantasy VIII that will break the game. Right around here, there's a shore that has a bunch of these fish that you can draw the water spell from, or you can turn them into cards and get the water spell off of them, which winds up being one of the strongest spells that you can get that early on. And whenever you equip it to your junctions, like your stats, boy, it's you just basically wreck everything until you're at like level 40. It's crazy how strong that actually is for you right there. But there's a big problem whenever you go over to this continent right here. There's Dolet, and then you take a train, and then you wind up over in this area. It's kind of hard to see on this map in particular. But there is a little alcove over here. I want to say it's like right here or right up in here. But in that alcove, there is a certain monster that comes up out of the ground, face and two hands, looks like a mummy, can't remember the name of it, but you can just farm that monster right there and get like insanely, absurdly highly leveled, and it actually drops some pretty rare, from what I remember, that thing drops way more experience than anything else in the area, and you can just basically cheese kill it really easy. Yeah, I have a lot of really fond memories of Final Fantasy VIII that I think are pushing it way up here. But I think it's fair to say it's either here or here. I would rather play Final Fantasy VIII than Final Fantasy 15, though. I'll say that much. Can we get a D&D official settings tier list next? I'm not... meh. Meh, I'm also just not that familiar with them all. Final Fantasy 14 is C. I do not like MMOs. Okay, Final Fantasy 10 too. Wait, let's do 10 first, alright? 10 S. Yeah, this is great. This is one of my favorite Final Fantasies ever. I'm just doing a real quick tier list of the Final Fantasies I've played, and then we're gonna get back on the Vanguard. Yeah, this is one of my favorite Final Fantasies I've ever played. Storyline, great. First one to do voice acting, great. Magic system is extremely simple. This is very, very easy to get into. I adore Final Fantasy X. It's cast, characters, world, magic system. I will 100% play Final Fantasy X any day of the week. I would actually... I feel like Final Fantasy X is a bit easier for me to think, yeah, I can boot that up and start playing it like tonight rather than Final Fantasy VII. This feels like if I'm gonna do this, I gotta block out some time. Final Fantasy X still feels a little bit more casual, you know. What's the best one to start the series out with? I would say 10 for sure. I think nowadays some people may be a little bit biased to like having to read so much with a Final Fantasy game, but like 7, oh my god, what a game! Oh, what a story! But yeah. 10-2 is the one when the summoner gets a gun. This is the most over the top, like, okay. Actually, it is a cheesy ass sequel. And I don't know that they should have made it. But it is complete fan service. And at least they're not like trying to hide that it's fan service, right? I mean, they put 10 out and they realized like, no, guys, you don't understand. Our characters were just way too hot in 10. Everybody loves the chicks. We can still make bank on this. This game did so well. What can we shell out now? And then they give us 10-2. This game is Final Fantasy meets Bayonetta in a way. It is not a. This is the one with the sword gun. No, this is that's Final Fantasy VIII. The Gunblade. Final Fantasy X-2. The magic system around this game. It doesn't really have anything to do with the one that's in 10, which is a little bit weird. What they do in 10-2 is you get dress spheres, and you just basically get to play dress up in the middle of combat, and your characters will, do their magic girl transformation or whatever into their new dress sphere. For some reason, they took Yuna and gave her a gun. I don't know why. It was hilarious. I thought it was great. Yuna's new look, hot. Riku's new look, hot. Pain, don't know who you are. Cool, glad to have you in, whatever. They need a sword chick, right? The dress sphere magic system is goofy, but like, if you are down to just suspend, like, I don't want to take the world too seriously. How about this? Play 10 and enjoy this game for what it is. And if you don't look at this as a sequel, and you look at it more as like weird fan fiction, this is great. It is insane. This is a batshit crazy game, but yeah. I also think that they took a lot of the piss out of some of the major ending moments of 10 with 10-2. And I choose not to really think that this is completely canon for a few reasons, but yeah. What's my favorite campaign setting? I like to homebrew my own settings. If there was an official one I would point to, I guess Spelljammer, I guess. Yeah. 13. This is the one with Cocoon and Lightning and all that. Yeah, this game was hot dog shit. The combat system sucked. I will probably rank this as the worst Final Fantasy game I can remember ever playing. Final Fantasy 13. I was so hyped for this. I was so glad. Hey, we got a cool female protagonist in a Final Fantasy game. Sick. I love Lightning's design. I hate how bad they fucked up this combat system. It is there have been there have been YouTube videos covering how linear this game is. Yeah, it is a corridor running simulator, 100%. Was the game hot dog shit or hot dog shit? Yes, all of that. So Final Fantasy 13 has a few standout issues. Okay, whenever I played this one, I remember online at the time, I legitimately looked up, because I had put like 25 hours into it. I was like, I love these character designs. The world seems kind of cool. I mean, okay, cool. We have a story. We have exposition. We have a lot of exposition. Why do I feel like I'm playing a tutorial 28 hours into it? So I looked this up online, and I was not the only person who had to deal with this, where I felt like the game was just not letting me go. The game, in a bad way, the game was not letting me go out and explore like I want to do in a Final Fantasy game. This game is completely putting you on rails, and it is forcing you to engage with the main storyline in a way that no other Final Fantasy entry is trying to get you to do. Didn't it get like 3 parts? Yes, apparently. I never played 13.2 because I was so burnt out by this that, like, yeah. You're playing a glorified tutorial. Despite that, I will say, had I gotten more into it, I think I could have really loved the magic, or I could have really loved the world. I thought Cocoon was a cool idea. I thought that the conflict that they were involved in, where everyone's cursed and whatever, pretty cool idea. Could be pretty sick. I definitely felt it had all the elements of what should have been a great Final Fantasy game, except they absolutely fucked up the magic system. They fucked up the combat system. And yeah, just the fact that I can't get out and run and go do what I want to go do. I want to go have fun with this game. Let me go out and explore. Quit making me run down hallways. Oh my god, yeah. If they would just redo, it does have better reviews than 13.1. Although, aren't you playing as Lightning's sister Sarah like the entire time? I like Lightning. We play as Lightning, dude. Lightning is a badass. If in 13.2 they're like, nah, you're gonna play as her sister, I'm like, I don't care. Like, I got attached to this character right here, and whenever I saw her design, I mean, you know me, all right? You guys have heard me. I'm all about the step on me, mommy, all right? Like, and Lightning delivered, all right? What a badass character design. Oh man, and of course I gotta look her up off screen because that's what happens anytime you look up a female Final Fantasy character. All right. Oh my god, her design, so cool, so slick. Was super ready for this character, and you barely get any, like, the game is not compelling enough to make me want to play as one of my favorite aesthetics for a Final Fantasy character ever. I'm sorry, what I say? Yeah, one of the coolest protagonists that they have ever had in a Final Fantasy game. All about that step on me, mommy. Yeah. Like, dude, badass chicks. It's like what Spike Spiegel say. I love a chick that can kick my ass, right? Oh, finding that that's why so many people like Lady Dimitrescu from Resident Evil, right? They're like, oh, okay, yeah, a chick that can just beat the shit out. Yeah, okay. So Lightning was gonna be that. Unfortunately, she did not deliver, and yeah. Okay. So that threw you off so badly. Yeah. Hey, welcome to my streams. So Final Fantasy 12. There is one thing holding this game back from being S. And it's the main character. This could have been probably my favorite Final Fantasy game if Vaughn didn't suck so hard. Like, I mean, legit. Ash, Balthier, Bosch, Fran. So many of the main characters in Final Fantasy 12 are awesome. The Gambit system, great. The storyline, way more political intrigue than we've seen in a Final Fantasy game. Mostly since like the original 5 or 6. But I was very much here for it. The summons, oh my god. No, they're not. Wait, are they Sky Pirates? I don't think so. No, there's more of like a political intrigue happening here with like airships. But I don't know. Are you talking about the Did Vaughn say he wanted to be a sky pirate? In which case, get out of here, bro. Like, Final Fantasy. The judges were cool looking. The art style was even really good. Oh man, I just can't believe they fucked this game up. Yeah, there's so what we found out in the development that and I'm gonna mess up some names here. What we found out in the development was like there were quite a few characters in Final Fantasy 12 that they were like considering to replace Vaughn. I don't remember if they're sky pirates or not. I think that Vaughn talks about being a sky pirate, but yeah, I think that's about as far as that goes. But yeah, it's a cool desert setting. I was all super down for this one. There's great political intrigue happening with it. You get bunny women, all right. Well, I guess you guys can't see Fran. You get bunny women. It's great. The license system was really cool. Even the graphics still look pretty good overall. Final Fantasy 12 Revenant Wings. Oh, okay. The world is cool. I feel like I just keep saying the world is cool. The graphics look okay today. I say that, and then I realize that, yeah. I guess, okay. The fact that he was not the main character, they could have just gotten rid of Vosh and, or Vaughn and Penelo, I think. Like, if they got rid of these two characters, I would have loved this cast. And these two's inclusion made zero sense, and the fact that he is pushed as the main character whenever he has, like, nothing to do with the actual main story. Oh, God. Oh. It could have been one of my favorites. The summoning system in it is so sick. All the summons that you get in Final Fantasy 12 are the best in the series. In the entire... best summons of any Final Fantasy game. Bar none. Oh my god. Oh my god. Summons. Man. You feel like you're actually controlling gods whenever you do summons in this game. Whereas like, oh god, do we really have fireworks going off now? Yeah, one sec. The Espers, okay. Yeah, that's what they're called. Yeah, and their summon animations are just so sick. Oh. Yeah, America. Mateus the Corrupt. It's happening on your street too. Yeah. Needless to say, with my past and everything, I don't go out and shoot off fireworks. So yeah. Dramelech the Wroth. They all got like sick titles. They have great designs. Yeah, Zolera the Death Seraph. Oh my god, this design. And like they took a total step away from what typical Final Fantasy summons were. Like there's not an Ifrit in this game from what I remember. It's actually the name of an airship. I still think my favorite one's Kakulin. God, he's just a big nasty. Oh man, what even is this dude? But he's just he's just like pestilence incarnate. I love this. You know, open-ended and overuse the term espers these days. Yeah, I would agree with that. because people were trying to refer to like scions and psychics to it like that, and I guess that's a thing over in Japan. Exodus is cool. Where is Chaos, the Walker of the Wheel? Oh. Like, the designs that they had are so sick for the summons in this game. I could have loved, I absolutely could have loved Final Fantasy XII if it had been any other main character. Jesus, like, I hate the main character so much. Ultima's got a great design in this game. Gah. Let's get to Ultima real quick. Yeah, Ultima, great look. How you doing, girl? Oh. And then Zodiark. Oh my god. And the lore behind these things is so cool. Oh. Like, I mean, there's already the kind of political conflict going on with Final Fantasy XII, but like getting into the summons and the backstory on what's happening with them, oh man. Seriously, great. I mean, great game if you can get over the fact that the protagonist really sucks. Have I ever played Terraria? Yes, I have. Terraria's fun. Yeah, that's about kind of what I think about that. Anyways. So, yeah, if you're starting out with Final Fantasy, the first one I would recommend that you play is 10. Don't immediately go to 10-2 because this is a campy, just sort of fun romp, and like, it's a fun romp for, I guess, people that are into this story extending out. I actually think that Final Fantasy X story wrapped up really well with a nice clean bow. But yeah. Yes. Yep, that's me. I will do what I want. I will do what I want. All right. Just look up what is the Vanguard class about. Tanking, shields, all that good business. Yes. Now. Oh no, the novel. Yeah, no, I'm aware. Yeah. Yeah, I have no idea what they were smoking when they made that thing. But it was very, very clear that, like, how do I put it? Whoever wrote the novel, like, well, I can't, I don't know. I don't know how to wrap my mind around what happened there. For those of you that don't know, that are really into Final Fantasy, or at least Final Fantasy X. Yeah, you guys are here to hang out with me, all right? We do what the hell we want, and then we make a class along the way. You all see how fast I made an alchemist class in a month? This is all the process, okay? So, yeah, so Final Fantasy X, great story if you end it with the story. End it with the first game. And then, no, the Vanguard's not a scion. If you go, how do I put this? If you are going to play Final Fantasy X, or if you're going to play Final Fantasy X-2, go into it with the expectation of, like, you know what? This is going to be a romp. It doesn't exactly have to be canon. Whatever, I'm going to have fun with it, you know? It can be pretty good for that. But whatever you do, do not read the novel that came out after 10-2. That was supposed to be a continuation of the story. Because I don't know what happened, but someone at Square Enix was like smoking meth or something. Because that novel is, isn't there like, there's like a part of it where someone gets their head blown, or their body blown up and their head goes flying whenever they accidentally step on a bomb or something. Like one of the main characters, or I don't know. It just seemed like, what the fuck is happening here? It is a cool story that winds up getting way too convoluted whenever you go beyond the first game. I even think 10-2 gets to be a little bit. For those who don't know, it opens with the protagonist kicking a blitzball-shaped landmine. Yeah. This protagonist that you've literally, like, you experience. Oh my god. Yeah. Oh god. I don't know what they were doing. Yeah. The Final Fantasy Club video. Yeah, you do. No, I love Final Fantasy as a series. I really do. I think that Squaresoft / Square Enix has made some kind of silly decisions over time. But I would say that, like, I feel like my personal perfect Final Fantasy game would probably be something like the combat system of 12. I really like Materia as a magic system, but I don't think that it's going to be like, bam, this would feel like the best one. I don't know. I'm hopeful for 16. We'll see what happens. I did like Final Fantasy VII Remake quite a bit, so if 16 is going to just kind of swipe that combat system, I'd be cool with it. I like the quasi-turn-based combat that's going on with that, and I'm all down to give. I would love to see it. How's 12 play? 12 has probably potentially one of the more interesting political intrigue storylines. The combat system allows you to program, like, rather than just you have to input everything, it's the first game that lets you, like, kind of move around the enemy. And in order for you to do that in a way that was, like, really pleasing, they give you these things called gambits. And gambits are like, in combat, if my character is at 50% health, this character now focuses on healing, right? So the game is going to, the AI is going to kind of play out some of the characters for you in a way that you still have control of because you've coded their characters, right? I will say people that are into, like, the completionist thing of, like, I want to make it all the way through and collect 100% of everything in the game. Final Fantasy 12 can be very, very overwhelming on that because it throws a lot at you. But yeah, the only reason I didn't like 12 was just because I couldn't stand the main characters, which is a big deal for these kinds of games. Going full Devil May Cry? Really? You're gonna keep the stream on and play some New Vegas to play it doesn't crash? May I have fun? What was going on the other day on Twitter where people were saying that, like, what was it? If you're like, I think Twitter was saying, like, why is it that every transgender person out there has played Fallout New Vegas? Like, I just saw it trending and I was like, wait, what? Oh no, I just hate Vaughn. Yeah, the other characters are great. I just hate Vaughn. Vaughn sucks. Not fun to play as. I could not get into the character. And plus his character design, especially in the style that they went with, he just looks like a mess. But yeah, I could never understand why he was even there, other than he was thrust into the situation. What trans people want is Pokemon. Yeah, we are still in the top 5. Still in the top 5. Yeah. Wait, who else see right now? New Vegas is trans culture somehow. Wait. Okay. Let's do this. Okay. You want a comp copy of The Alchemist. Let's do this. I'm just going to do a giveaway, alright? If you want a comp copy of The Alchemist, type in chat Alchemist. And I will enter your name in. You have to have a DM's Guild account in order to get it. But yes, for you 39 that are in here, if you would like a comp copy of The Alchemist, I'll be giving out, let's do 3. Wait, some of you guys already own it. I know you do. Now you have to have a DM's Guild account in order for me to get it to you. Oh, new follower. Thank you, Salt Spreader. Where is this? Okay. Blue already bought it. Yes. No, I mean, you're fucking... Let me see here. Good. Get off there. I can't wait to show it to your mom. Oh, nice. Wait, you already bought it? Oh, okay. Well, thank you. All right. Cool, cool, cool. 1, 2, 3, 4. Analog. All right, Sam is all. All right, cool. So remember, you have to have a DM's Guild account. You're gonna use a Pal's account, but they don't have one. Aw, gotcha. Okay. Oh yeah, it's been Coffer. Salt Spreader. Yeah, I should have done one for like a. Should have done one during the raid. Okay, so we'll give out 2 now, and then maybe we'll give out 2 later on. You went to catch up with a friend and came back to a spinning wheel. Ominous. Yep, I'm giving out 2 copies of The Alchemist. So, remember, if I get you here, don't type your email in chat. If you're in my Discord, hit me up over there, or we'll figure something out, okay? Now, are you ready? 3, 2, 1. Enter Amanda. Go! Oh. Hey, it's Muse. Congratulations, hit me up. Are you part of the Discord server? If so, hit me up over on Discord and I will make sure to get you a comp copy. Otherwise, if you will send me an email. Hey, yo. Yeah, if you'll send me an email. Your Doomsday. Okay. Yeah, yeah, hit me up over on Discord and I will get you a copy. All right. Congratulations. All right. So, next one. You ready? 3, 2, and a 1, and... Oh, oh, oh! Anathoth! Congratulations! Hey, hit me up, like I said, over on Discord, or... are you in the Discord? Yo! Yeah, are you in the Discord? Because if you are, hit me up over there. You're back in full of Chex Mix. Chex Mix sounds great. Yeah, and you get an Alchemist. Yes, so, make sure to hit me up. To double check. Hey, there we go. Oh, cool. Dragonwood. Doug's doing the. He's doing a looking on the Weird by Haggard Clint. And a lot. Okay. Yes. Yeah. So hit me up over there on Discord, and we may do another one of those giveaways later. But yeah, I will get you comp copies of The Alchemist. Okay. Meow. Let's see here. They dissolve in acid, yeah. Okay. So the thing, oh yeah. No, I'm aware. I feel confident enough in what I'm putting out there that people will still buy the product after they see the full-size preview. And I actually feel like I get better reviews as a result of that, despite the trolly, like, 1 stars every once in a while. I would rather people see the full preview and then spend their money on it because they want access to the PDF. And it's a pain in the ass for them to try to copy-paste any of that stuff anyways. So, yeah, I don't have any problem with people, like, looking at it, seeing it, yeah, no, like, this is what I want, right? I basically consider them paying for it to be a sign of support. Like, yeah. But if they look on, if they're trying to play D&D off of a PDF preview over on the DM's Guild, I think that's a pretty odd way. Like, just, it's $10. Like, come on. Oh man. The Brad. Wait, what? The Brad sucks method has been a winner for tons of content creators online? What's that mean? The Sovereign. The Sovereign I haven't really actively developed in a little bit, but it is one that I want to get back on at some point. The Vanguard is one that I know that I have some immediate ideas for right now. But yes, no, I do want to develop more on the Sovereign at some point. I know that there's quite a lot of people that are like, oh my god, yeah. Okay, we'll do one more quick read through so that people kind of see what all's happening with this thing right now. Like I said before, my main issue that's going on with like why I think so my main thing that I think is going on, why does tanking not feel great in 5e? Mostly because tanking is actually a fairly reactive thing that you have to do. So the only options that we currently have to tank in 5e are requiring, it's all something that you're having to predict and hope that the DM will actually go through on, right? However, I think the big issue with this is because everything is so active on your turn. I have to act in a way that I think the enemy will act in accordance with in order for me to get a benefit out of it. So that's why I think that we can actually shift over rather than this all happening on your turn. I think that you're going to have to require a tank to get a lot of reaction use here. So what is the Vanguard? The Vanguard is just a big motherfucker. The Vanguard is, I don't care about dealing damage, I want to shove shit. I don't care about dealing damage, I want big shields. I want to wear armor. I want to be a just big old meat tank, right? If you just want to shove stuff around and you want to be high control and just big dude with shields, boom, here you go. This is not a class that is meant to be dealing damage. If you have that expectation of like, I want to be like, if I'm not seeing damage output, then I'm not feeling like I'm playing D&D. This may not be the class for you, and that's fine. That's totally fine. Yeah, the Vanguard is big motherfucker. Yes, yeah. So with the Vanguard, the lettering and shit. Oh, thanks. With the Vanguard, like I said, the big thing. Keep in mind, I make classes because I make classes because I think that an idea might be there that's like in my mind that I'm like, yeah, I think this could totally be a thing. And it's something that I think I tend not to make a class if I feel like the fantasy is a little bit too specific. And the Vanguard, I think, is just diverse enough to where I'm like, yeah, no, I could see this fitting in quite a bit of different settings here. Like the Alchemist. The Alchemist is super broad. The Dancer, very broad. The Merchant, very broad, right? Now, part of the idea on this one is I wanted to figure out how hard can we shift the balance of, like, damage output for defensive features here. The Vanguard is essentially going to be doing no damage. No damage. And can you make a class like that interesting? I think you can. So, that's what I'm trying to do here with this thing. You are a D12 hit die, getting proficiency with heavy armor and shields. Everything that's in here is fairly similar to what the Barbarian gets here at first level, only now we're going heavy armor. Rather than getting the rage damage bonus that Barbarian is getting for damage output, I think that Wizards of the Coast, and I think many TTRPG players, are just kind of convinced that if players aren't dealing damage in this game, they can't be playing D&D, or they can't be having fun, right? That class cannot be made effective whatsoever, because it's not providing damage output. I don't think that's the case. Wizard traditionally overvalues defensive CR, so this class would never see official publication if they might. I don't know, whatever. I'm not making it for Wizards, I'm making it for me, because I think that this is cool. Now, other people might not think it's cool, and that's fine. I think it's cool, and that's good enough for me. All right. Now, yeah, no damage, all DM. I would rather figure out cool ways that, like, if they want to play this Vanguard, I'm like, all right, cool. Let me throw minions at you to just like throw around and, you know, whatever. You are supposed to have a big giant tower shield. You're supposed to be an obstruction. So I'm trying to see, like, how can we evoke the ideas of zoning, control, high tanking. And I think that a big thing that I'm doing with this is showing, I've heard way too many content creators say 5e cannot support a tank. Trying to stand by that as an objective blanket statement there. And it's just incorrect. 5e as a system can absolutely support a tank. I do not believe that Wizards of the Coast knows how to make it work, though. So, yeah. Yeah, if you've seen the Fire Giant Dreadnought, yeah, you could kind of get what it's going for, right? Yeah, you literally think Reinhardt Overwatch no hammer. Yeah, Reinhardt is a big source of inspiration for this. Isn't comfortable with most homebrew at the moment. They're letting me play the Pugilist now? You've been in my community for a while. Like, what are they uncomfortable with allowing for homebrew? Like, that's what I've never gotten. Like, okay, usually with a person like that, I'm like, I would tell them, you know, there's a thing that I want to play. Wait, if there... It's a different name, gotcha. There's way more broken shit in the official books than there is in a lot of homebrew. Like, yeah. Oh, one sec. I don't know what she's barking at. Yeah, I mean, if it's a new DM, then yeah, I would just play something vanilla. Or if you want to play something homebrew, then I would... Yeah. I also think new DMs might overestimate their ability to evaluate whether or not something is busted, because there's plenty of stuff in the official books that's way busted. And I mean, they're allowing the pugilist, but like, that's not official. Like, I mean, it should be. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, why are they allowing the pugilist if they're not allowing other homebrew? But having to learn to balance against a whole new class. If it's a new DM, they don't know how to balance. Like, oh, there's so many like, and I'm not saying this to like debate with you or anything like that. I'm just saying like it's always really funny to me to hear like, what new DMs think about like, well, I don't allow homebrew for this reason. And I'm like, how long you been DMing? Oh, like 2 weeks. What? Wait. So, you know this guy, this guy who made this other thing though, he's been designing and getting paid professionally for like four or 5 years now, right? Yeah, but like, I mean, I just don't trust the balance of like, you know, homebrew. And I'm like, wait, what? You think there's a dichotomy between caster homebrew and martial homebrew? Have I considered making a class that centers around summoning minions over dealing damage? Like just like a summoner? It's just not really it's not something that super, it's not super prescient on my mind right now. Like, summoners are cool, but like I said, it's still just not really like, forefront what I really want to make happen. I personally just have a lot of fun making martialists right now, because like I said earlier, spellcasting is fine. I don't have a problem with spellcasters, but like, I just feel like there's so much more space happening with martialists. You just allowed homebrew for a while because of that fear too. The fear that you didn't know the game well enough to identify balance problems. And like, I will call out balance issues on official work, right? Or if somebody submits to me something that they're like, no, I really want to make sure that this is going to work in the game. Yeah, I'm looking out for like exploits or whatever. But like, for the most part, it's pretty hard to, if you are trying your best to write something for this game, it's pretty hard to write something that is objectively busted, unless you are trying to, in a way. Like, well, I mean, there's some unwritten rules that, like, sure, you should know about. Summoning is your favorite RPG concept, but boy, does it bog down 5e currently. Yeah, I would say, you probably shouldn't have a summoner in the game unless, like, and what I mean is, like, let's say the Yuna style, I summon a thing and it's in battle with us all the time. I would say that, like, man, yeah, in a game where Great Weapon Master and Sharpshooter exist, along with Twilight Cleric, it's hard to call anything else busted. Yeah, whenever most DMs are like, oh, I'm just concerned about the balance, I only use official stuff, I'm always like, cool, so you allow Tasha's? Yeah, I do, and I'm like, okay, so if you're concerned about balance, why do you allow Tasha's? Why do you allow Strixhaven? Why do you allow whatever, right? Well, it's because it's official. There's a problem with that. And that's the game. The problem with D&D 5e, at least if we're just talking about the player character options, the problem with D&D 5e is that the official options are completely out of whack. We've reached a point in the system where we've reached a point in this system where we have official options that Wizards of the Coast refuses to nerf or fix because they've already got the books out there and they are not willing to admit that they made a fuck up. Yeah, Twilight Cleric exists, you can use whatever homebrew you want, yeah. WotC does not know what they're doing right now. No. If someone wants to say that, like, yeah, WotC knows what they're doing, I'm like, you clearly have not been looking at the game. You clearly have not been keeping up with what's happening in the industry with D&D right now. The fact that Jeremy Crawford said that, like, improvised weapon attacks made with alchemist item does the D4 every time, or what is it? The the dexterity modifier damage every time the recurring instance of alchemist fire occurs. I was like, dude, literally no other book agrees with you. Like, no book agrees with what you just said right there. You can point to moments where the designers themselves have said things that the books themselves directly contradict. Don't trust the rulings of people from Wizards of the Coast, even if they say, like, this is an official ruling or what the hell ever. I don't think that WotC's design team has a clear grasp on what is or is not healthy for their game. Tasha's proved to me right there. These designers probably don't know what the hell's happening. They just don't. The moment they dropped a subclass that used a D3, that's where that should have been the sign to all of us that it was like, oh boy, we're in for it, huh? It's like the take on how invisibility works. Oh god, yeah. You would only really ban something for being too complicated at this point. I don't want to learn a new game for one player to play a transformer or something. The fact that there are options, Wild Magic Barbarian. Wild Magic Barbarian uses the D3. The fact that there are options that okay, if you as a player you as a DM, have a player that legitimately has asked you at one point, do you care if I use this? And it's in an official book. Most likely that's because that thing is known to cause problems. D3s existed in past editions of D&D, by the way. That's not new. They don't give you a D. I know that they give you a D6 in the standard, but like, yeah. Let's focus on. I'll do what I want. They should have made it a D6 table. That or wait, he dumped on Wild Magic Barbarian? Oh no, I've got to see that at some point. Yeah, they should have made it a D4. It would have been super cool to be able to get a 4th level spell slot with that. Yeah. The reason why they used the D6 or a D3 wasn't for anything mechanically. It was simply because Dan Dillon thought it was quirky. I'm like, using a what? And going over and saying, like, it's a new piece of tech, like, you know, I was like, all you did was change a die to something that you all don't even sell in your standard dice kits. Oh my god! They drove me nuts. Yeah, they don't sell, like, they're like, well, yeah, so then just use a D6. Then just use a D6! Like, you're actually on board with that justification? It's not flavor. It's annoying. Like, that's not... Yeah. Like, if it's quirky because it uses a D3... That's not... That's not quirky! He and Taliesin really don't like how we can control its chaos when it reaches 14th level. Yeah, right. I've written a spell that deals 5d17 damage because haha, I'm so quirky. Yeah, like... No, no, I get it. So just use it. Yeah. Oh my god, use a virtual tabletop. Oh my god, Wild Magic Barbarian, if Matt said this, oh, I cannot imagine how Dan Dillon must have felt whenever he heard that. Yes, it is an incomplete and very, very poorly constructed subclass. Yeah. It's bad homebrew is what it is. Like, I've crafted on Wild Magic in the past. I know that some people, really enjoy the subclass and whatnot. That's fine. From a design perspective, nothing about it just looks so amateur. Whenever you pull that thing up, it doesn't feel like it's actually been polished by anybody that was trying to make something that look like a pro product. Oh, it is absolutely a one-off. It is a one-off subclass. The kind of thing that you try and you're like, I don't really care if this character dies. It's a silly thing. I'm just gonna see what happens, right? I don't think that those are the kinds of subclasses that are like getting people meaningfully attached to their characters, you know? D&D 5.5 will be a D3 system confirmed. Oh, fuck. Yeah, no, here's my big complaint. Like, hey, WotC, I own some of your official dice, right? Where the fuck is the D3? Oh, you mean this D6 right here that I'm supposed to roll and then treat certain numbers as having rolled a different value? Why not just make it a D4? It would have been so fucking cool. Like, oh my god. They wanted to do it because it was quirky, and god, I'm not here for it. It's obnoxious. It really is. And like, oh god, content. Like, a lot of people play the game with one-off characters. Yeah, and like, I'm not knocking that. I'm just saying that, like, I think that the thing that's felt really cool is whenever people message me about, like, hey, I've been playing I don't know, a dancer for a year now. I'm just letting it, like, if I see fan art of their character or something like that, I'm like, oh, you know, they tell me a story about how whatever the class design was, it just came in super clutch for them. I'm like, yes, all right. That's a great feeling. Yeah, introduce a D2. Oh my god. Yeah, no, it's just like, you know what bothers me? It's the fact that so much modern 5e design just kind of feels like LOL so random. It's not like it's actually trying to like bring in something of like artistic value. It just feels like the kind of it feels like big band kid energy is what I'm getting out of it. Like the kind of like Invader Zim haha, it's funny because it's loud and random, rather than something that's actually like meaningful and like achieves something innovative. Oh yeah, as a homebrewer, the worst feeling is seeing WotC poorly execute a concept that you're interested in. When everyone asks, why not just play the official version? I tell you what feels even worse than that. Seeing Wizards of the Coast kind of rip your shit off. You know. Anyways. They won't write content to expand on Celestial's constructs and touch on the gold mine of options that they could be selling. You wanted angelic options for classes like 3 years ago. Yeah, like that'd be cool. Oh, thank you. Yeah, that's been one of the things I've really liked quite a bit about like some of the feedback I've been getting on the classes I wrote was whenever you call it, yeah, well, you know exactly what I mean, right? They just think it's funny because it's loud and random and like it doesn't actually achieve like artistic heart. There's not actual like artistic integrity going on. And that bothers me quite a bit. They're not really thinking about the consumer either. They're just thinking about like, what shill can we throw out there? A lot of it feels very copy-paste, at sometimes to the point of looking pretty fucking sus. I mean, look, the Rune Carver thing. I know that people have hit me up about like my opinions on that whenever that went down. The mechanical identity of that feat and what I wrote for Magic Runes is pretty damn on on the nose. Like, oh, hey, what's up, Fred? Yeah, it was in mechanical identity, it didn't have to exactly spell out what was over in the rune. It was fairly apparent in the mechanic that they designed, or that they showed off over there. Somebody saw my work, all right? I wasn't the only one to call it out. I got hit up by multiple people who asked me if I had seen the newest UA and if I thought that they swiped something. I mean, it was funny because, like, I did my review, and then a couple hours later, someone told me I should go check out Wintry's review, and Wintry was like, did they not, like, Wintry was like, this is super boring, just go play The Runekeeper by Taron, and I was like, oh shit, okay. But no, the feat that they designed that gives you extra spells, the mechanics of what's in there are pretty much going to play out mechanically exactly like the magic runes I designed for the Runekeeper. Now, there's several things in there that, like, I mean, technically, like, I can't really complain because I guess I know what I'm getting into with the license and all that stuff. But it doesn't mean that I can't say it's pretty fucking exploitive. I appreciate you guys, but I mean, I know that you're part of my community, so, like, you know, there's always that feeling of, like, you know, whatever. But to see, it's kind of weird, right? Because I'm like, while I'm doing a lot of this homebrew design, part of me is also like, well, aren't you just using the stuff that they wrote? And I'm like, well, kind of, I guess, but, like, it's a weird conflict where I'm like, I would hope that the design team isn't just faces that they put on a team that are literally just scouring through and allowed to, like, legally pull from other creators. Like, oh god, yeah. 5e is really feeling like every book has something stolen / cop pasted. There have been several instances where it's been completely fair for people to levy the critique of, hey, WotC, why does it seem like I've seen this before? Yeah. They have a... yeah. I've had several people actually contact me about, like, are you sure you really want to keep talking? I have people contact me about, like, you should be really careful about what you're saying on live stream or in your videos because, you know, we've worked together in the past, and I don't want, I don't want to jeopardize my standing with groups like the DMs Guild or something like that, right? If the DMs Guild or somebody had banned me because I was calling into question one of the, if the DMs Guild started to ban me because I called into question one of the business practices of Wizards of the Coast, I don't think that they will. I've talked with several people at the DMs Guild, and I don't think that they're actually, like, I don't think that they're actually malicious. I think that there's actually quite a few really good people at one bookshelf. I think that, in all honesty, I think that they're more on the side of creators than we tend to kind of put off, right? Or complain, you know. As somebody that does a lot of homebrew work, what's my opinion on the Roll20 merger thing? I don't think it's going to impact me. I mean, if people want the one adventure I wrote for Roll20, cool, go for it. Like, you know, yeah. I've had Grim Press convert my work over to Fantasy Grounds for over 2 or 3 years now. They do a great job. Oh. Hey, it's Moose. Yeah. Send me your email over here. I promise I won't sign you up for... Yeah. Hey, wow, holy crap. There's so many people that just joined up in the Discord. How many are we at right now? Do we have partnership yet? Are we almost at partnership with Discord? Oh, so close. Neat. But yes, Mark Rosewater, basically the face of Magic, has talked about how they cannot look at fan designs for legal reason, but D&D is different. Yes. So, there was a little bit, I remember like 4 years ago or something, no, 5 years ago, where, I remember there was a Reddit thread about why you should not, why if you want a thing in the game, you should not homebrew it, because Wizards can't use it then. And I was like, wait, what? Like, what? I'm trying to remember exactly what it said, but basically, like, don't homebrew a thing and then post it online, because if you do, Wizards could get sued if they decide to pull it or whatever. And I was like, what an odd take. Like, it just helps the homebrewer like the artificer and inventor. It helps them in their current state, but that doesn't mean that WotC couldn't be giving that person their career. WotC could absolutely be improving their product by working with third-party content creators. They absolutely could. It's clear that the design team, as it's currently sitting, they have like maybe 2 or 3 people that have a solid grasp on the system. They do. It's a shame. Yeah. But what would be really cool is to be, as a homebrewer, if we're like, hey, we would love to be able to help improve the game. We already have, actually. We've gotten pretty good, whatever. Here, you want to check this thing out. We really aspire to that. And I think that that's the reason why whenever we see elements of things that we wrote put into a Wizards of the Coast UA, that we feel like, oh, so you guys are checking out my work. You're just presenting it as your own. That feels real shitty. That does feel real shitty. And I will say that if there's been somebody that's felt like, I wrote this thing, but I'm not saying like, you wrote a class that got, whenever you attack, you can make a shove as a part of the... No, I'm not saying something like that. I'm saying like, you made a truly innovative and different design that it's pretty clear that under no uncertain terms, it is essentially mechanically identical. And then they swipe that. That sucks. That really hurts. Oh, it's true for Magic though, apparently. So you can see why someone might think that if they the same parent company. Sure, maybe. But like, Magic is Magic's a little bit different. I would say in terms of the product identity itself. I don't know. If Wizards makes a class where if you hit the thing, you chop its dick off, then we know for certain. Yes. You know what? If Wizards of the Coast puts out like the cock chopper, where, you know what? I'm watching you, Jeremy Crawford, Dan Dillon. Any of you guys put out a class, if we seen this next UA, that something comes out that says like whenever you attack a thing, you cut its dick off, I will hire an attorney. Oh god. Yeah, go check out The Alchemist, all that good stuff. I would love to make it as a full-time content creator. I would love to be able to make money, make a living just designing for this game. Love it. But the fact that they pull 50% of anything makes it pretty hard. I'm not gonna lie there. I'm sending a review copy or a comp copy. The 50% royalty rate, if Wizards of the Coast wasn't pulling that, I would already be full-time. Promotion tools? There we go. Boop, boop. Enjoy the comp! Your Honor, there should be no limitations on severing of phalluses. It's a cultural treasure. Why not try to get together with other guys and try to start a Kickstarter and maybe publisher at some point? I am not comfortable with crowdfunding. I'm not currently comfortable with crowdfunding. And I think I have a means of breaking away from the 50% royalty cut. But it's going to take a second. Hopefully, I mean, I keep hearing from other content creators like, hey, you're one big video away from going full time. And I keep, uh-oh. YouTube, what's wrong? Wait. Did we lose the YouTube feed? Are you guys still watching on YouTube? Right? Am I the guy who tells people not to publish on the DMs Guild unless they need the license? Have I made that hard line in the past? Yeah, if I, okay, no, we're good? Okay, I guess it's just YouTube Studio that's messed up. Let me see here. Okay, cool. Thank you, guys. So, Choirfire asks, aren't I the guy who tells people not to publish on the DMs Guild unless they need the license? I don't have an issue with... I don't think I made the statement at some point. And if someone could correct me on this. I don't believe I've made the hardline statement that you should not publish on the guild for one reason or another. I think I said if you know how to navigate the OGL and you have a following and maybe you have your own storefront and all that stuff, you could most likely, if you can take that following, whatever, yeah. Like, oh no, I covered JBC Perry's statement. JBC Perry, I also think I've had on the channel here in the past. Great guy. I've talked with him, you know, but clarified afterwards. Maybe. So I also think that great guy, great perspective on content creation, all that good business, but he does have a chip on his shoulder over the way that print on demand has been handled, and the way that the DMs Guild kind of quickly screwed him over in regards to him possibly getting print on demand, because he gave out instructions as to how to print his book and get it bound and whatever, and the DMs Guild like slapped him down for that, and then kind of outright banned him from being able to do print on demand. I thought that was a sketchy move, or just an unnecessarily harsh move from the DMs Guild. So I can understand why he's feeling like telling people, you know what, there's no reason to publish over there if you have the license. That is true with an asterisk. I feel like print on demand, it means that if somebody orders the PDF that you created, that they will get a physical copy of it, not just a PDF. Just go to Staples. That can be very expensive for the person getting it printed. And Staples doesn't have a great track record with like getting it actually like well put together. So yeah. But it's also a complication that hey, can we just figure out a way to like, I just, honestly, as a creator, you know how cool it feels just to have something that you wrote in hard copy? Like, for real. You know how cool it is? You know how cool it is that one of the layouts and just general graphic work and some of the writing I did, I have as a hard copy right here. I can turn to a page and see assets I created on this same computer. I am like talking to you all through. Like, I made this parchment. I put blood, sweat, and tears into making this thing work out, you know? To see my name on it in print right here, right? That's an accomplishment. And whenever you have other people that support your work enough to where the DM's Guild was like, yeah, this Trek's the project manager, right? Whenever you have other people who believe in the product enough that the DM's Guild is like, yeah, okay, it's worth POD. JVC Perry 100% deserved POD. He deserved print on demand. And, yeah. Your own working weapon form. Oh, I wasn't even paying attention to the music. But yeah. So, to get denied the ability to print stuff whenever you have fans that are asking for it, like, no doubt, you as a creator, let's get back over to that. As a content creator, you know how bad it really sucks whenever, like, you've made something that people are like, oh, this would be sick. Is there any way for me to get this in print? And you're like, I have to keep telling people the same response because they don't understand that the DM's Guild is, like, pretty restrictive on who gets to print stuff, right? And then whenever you do get approved for print, it takes, like, a year and a half before you can actually get it printed, right? Like, maybe me as a layout artist, it would be a little bit easier because if there's an issue, I can correct it and they're not having to deal with go talk to this person and then get that copy back and then whatever, right? It might be a little bit quicker that way, but like, man, it just feels like it sucks so hard whenever you just really tried. I would love to get my stuff printed. I'd love to do that. But yeah, I think I feel like maybe once I do some of these like remasters and kind of get them updated, I also want to get enough artwork from Maxwell to where the whole thing has a unified style and look. So yeah, it would probably be about a year before I could get it all in print. Unless I was able to, because I've been slowly building up assets to put into a book. So what I'm kind of thinking is like, if I wind up going full for a print, I would do the same, you guys see the trade dress I'm building up right now. It would be this trade dress, these assets, all that good stuff, but it would be all the artwork is by Maxwell, right? So there's a real consistent look throughout the entire book. I would love to do something like that. It's just most likely going to cost about like $5,000. So yeah. Sorry, one sec. Shown as an NFT, yeah. We'd love if you, Ross, and Ben made a book together. I would 100% be down for that. Oh, God. If I make a book of every class you create, would you call it the classiest book ever? I don't know what I would really call it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I would call it. And just a casual 5K dig around in your couch cushions. Yeah, dude, there's some... I mean, I'm sure with some of the YouTubers I know these days, there may be enough that actually kind of believe in the designs to help me foot that bill. But yeah, at this current rate, it's just going to be commissioning Maxwell, building up art assets slowly, and then, you know, yeah. A Landish foot tome? Taron's Guide to Pound Town. Need... Okay. So... God, is it? No, it's not... What the... There's just like an oddly like... You know whenever you've been walking around in wet grass and you come inside and like it just sort of everything feels a little it smells a little ripe. I don't know what that's coming from. We haven't had rain here in like 3 weeks. YouTube Creator Studio. What is happening? There we go. Yeah, god dang. Indestructo book. I need Febreze? No, I got like here, we'll do my yeah. Oh. Oh, okay. By the way, this stuff has no right to smell this good, alright? This Noir Oud Wood and Musk. I think we got this at Target like 2 years ago, and I have not been able to find it again, but you could legitimately wear this as cologne. It's like one of my favorite smelling. Oh, yeah. My classroom always had to smell really good. I think that if students feel more comfortable and like at home, they're more likely to actually just stay quiet and like actually pay attention. My room always felt super cozy. More, oh yeah, is it? Can you actually still buy this anywhere? I'm just curious because I love the smell of this. That's the bottle right there. I can't find it anywhere. As a DM, do you have any BBEG I am proud of making? I thought the Fiddleback was pretty sick. There was, I say a fiddle, like, it was more of a, I gotta see if I can find that again. They don't make it. Oh, that sucks because it smells so good. Okay, yeah, actually, I don't know where the Fiddleback Mini is, but I was so proud of that thing. Just finished your session for the night? Oh, fun! I hope you had a good time. Where is it? I didn't take it out and like... Oh, man. Okay, so the Fiddleback was just like this, I was trying to combine like necromancy and like music, right? So I was thinking about like what these different undead would be that are like these different undead that may be like musical themed. And the one that I came up with that I was like, oh god, this just sounds like a horror story. It's a creature that like doesn't have a head. It's just like a big open chamber torso with like it's like a body that is like broken backed and it's being pulled back from the shoulders by giant like strings that are attaching it like back around to its body. And this thing is called like a Fiddleback. It's got these like giant bow claws that it like tries to find creatures by like echolocation. And I made the mini of it, and the mini was so upsetting looking, but because it's just basically a bunch of arms. And yeah, I don't know if I find the mini of that. Oh, you know, as a celebration of like 5 years, I might just like send Maxwell a copy of the mini and see what he comes up with. Like, oh, 5 a.m. going to sleep soon. Hey, thanks for coming and checking out, Akita. Have a good night. Yeah, fiddle back. Necro musical for a book name. Oh man. Okay. So this has been a preview of kind of where I'm going on with the Vanguard. I am planning on continuing to develop it even further, but this is just kind of an update, and I'm really thankful that we've been able to get some stuff out there. What are my ideas for the Vanguard subclasses? I've got the Lord of the Arena, which is pretty clearly like a bodacious, you know, like almost like a gladiator thinking thing in a way. The Juggernaut, the Argent Reckoner, I don't know, maybe. I like, someone mentioned a Spell Guard earlier, and then the Primeval Guardian. I think I'm going to keep this one down to like maybe 4 or 5 different subclasses, but yeah. Okay, so, pick up with all that. Let me do something real quick. I think... One second. Yeah, by the way, if you got in the if you were in the damn drawings, all that good stuff, if you won the thing, no, is he not streaming anymore? Damn. I was gonna send you all over to Dragonborn Doug. If you're in the drawing, you didn't get your thing, please talk to me. Get the thing. Yes, please do the thing. Now, who's streaming right now? Is there anybody? No. Hang on. God, Sarah and I have got to communicate about when we're actually going on stream so we don't stream at the same time. All right. The unexpectable. No shit. Okay, wait. Who else in here? 39 of you guys? Okay. I could raid the Indestructible stream. Yes, I could. Okay. No. Good guy. So those of you that know Chris Zito, Team 4-star. The guys that do the Dragon Ball Z Abridged stuff. For those of you that are over on Twitch right now, I am definitely sending you over to the Unexpectables. There's also like Gaijin Goomba is on this like actual play. But yeah, Chris Zito is awesome content creator. Saturday night and Hot Peak D&D hours. Okay, how does it work? Raid? Yeah. Is it just the Unexpectables? Okay. It's a Fallout campaign? Oh, nice. Is that correct? Okay. All right. Yeah. Go check out their channel. Go say hey, all that good business. Yeah, great guys. Anyways, that's gonna be it on this one. Thank you all so much for being here. Vanguard streams and stuff. We will continue with more. Anyways, have fun. Have a great night. Have a safe 4th of July weekend. All that good business. Anyways, huge shout out to my Patreon sponsors. Thank you all so much for helping keep the lights on around here. Coffee in my blood. Y'all are absolute heroes. And hey, if there are, come join up over in the Discord. Do all that. Yes. Have a great night. See you all soon, okay?